Hello. I am Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing a live stream, which I've jumped in at roughly the time I usually like to. And this is going to start off as a work stream. Stuff happened that I wasn't really expecting. And so I'll be telling you all about that as I kind of rehack everything on the fly to do what I want. One of the things that I want is to make chat be showing as live chat, because I'm interested in hearing out everybody, even if they are mean and grumpy. This is either a great day or a terrible day to be mean and grumpy to me, because the last plugin that I put out did a big success and a big fail all at the same time. I put out Z output stage. And what happened to Z output stage is that it can sound really gnarly when you throw something like biquad bandpass at it. And I made a very effective video showing how you can take that and use it to take regular plugins, regular DAW stuff, including things that don't necessarily sound particularly Airwindowsy, and make it sound more like the Z filters, because it's a processing that you can throw on things. Let me double check to make sure. It looks like looks like we're streaming. When I get into what I'm about to tell you, it will make sense why I don't particularly care whether people show up for me or not today, because there was also an obvious blunder. And we're going to set up something which I previously did. It's a thing I've prepared before. Let's see if I can make it work. Okay, that's the way. Then we're gonna try to plug that in there. The screen has now flipped itself, and we're gonna see whether I have that input working. Oh, now we have NDI video? Hello. That's different. I'd been trying to make NDI working because there's this little capture thing that I do. Okay, I'm speechless. I've been fighting so hard to make this particular option work. Here, let's display overlay. Yeah, here is my coding screen. This is the thing where I'm trying to make my laptop show up. Well, I've hooked up this particular thing. It had been set to USB video, and it's not liking what it's doing. So something's wrong, so I'll fix that. But next thing you know, look at that. It says NDI video. I've spent weeks trying to get that to work because I have a little, the Hypno that I have, which is used for making wild, sort of freaky psychedelic effects. I've been coming up with ways of using that. Here, let me bounce back. I'll show you this thing. And then we'll get back to what I was doing. Two things, actually. So in a video a long time ago, which I have no idea how long that actually is, I busted this thing out, and it's a stack of Bastel castles. I think some of them, the original ones, I actually built. But these days, they build them and then sell them for slightly more. They're not as interested in selling you kits. I like kits. We were talking last week about how I wanted to get a Ultrafuzz kit. Well, this is capable of making its own brand of really heinous, like Berlin/industrial techno. And the exciting thing about it is it runs off of this particular kind of chip, And I have a bunch of them, so I could make all of the sounds in these, or make my own synthesizers based on hacking the firmware that I found from Bastille's open sourcing their stuff, if I remember correctly. But it's always better if you have graphics and visuals for things. My graphics and visual today are maybe slightly lacking, but more will be revealed on that. I'll tell you what's going on with it. And by the way, hello anybody who has showed up. I started my talk into 0. Well, this is what I've done with the same heatsink, and I got this off of, this is not a special heatsink, I just got the thing off of Amazon. Hey Igor. This is what I've done with the same heatsink that I used to use to cool down the video switcher. An early video switcher that I had like literally burned out. And so I got this to put the follow-up video switcher on, and that one never burned out. And now I've done that to this because the Sleepy Circuits Hypno that you see here is a video processor, and it struggles sometimes. Like it needs to pull a lot of power, so I've had trouble with it sometimes in your rack cases, or plugging it into the wrong, like if I do a switcher and plug all of this stuff into one wall ward, it can overload the wall ward, and then this doesn't work properly. So this wants to be plugged into USB-C, and anything that I've got that has USB-C is capable of pulling enough energy that it can start it up. But this is the same device that I have the laptop going into right now. I've got a couple of these, also more garbage video processing from Amazon. And it plugs into this part over here. Oh God. See, it's all falling apart. This is going to be a rough day. This is going to be a rough day today. You are with me as I endure the roughness of the day. Again, maybe I'm happy that there's not 12 people showing up off the bat to watch me fall all over myself. More will be revealed on that as well. I have things to reveal. This connection up here is going to the cheap Amazon video converter, which is converting HDMI to like USB 1. And so I'm doing a video feedback with this. And that, being able to run a video input into it and having it be a clone of its output, ends up giving you a bunch of interesting possibilities as far as making crazy visuals. And the output is the HDMI split off of that. There's one problem, and the one problem is that I was just watching a video from Adam Savage of Mythbusters, where he was talking about how you have to hold the thing that you're talking about unnaturally close to your face to keep it in shot, and boy, am I experiencing that today. So if you have a Hypno and are trying to make freaky videos like I've sometimes made, I mean, you've seen some of the stuff that I did for Welcome to Free Luna. I did videos for those, and a bunch of those used the Hypno to generate their graphics. Well, you can plug this directly into a computer if it uses NDI and can access this and can find the input properly, at which point you get a direct digital output of the image processing. If you use the HDMI, it's almost certainly going to try to rescale or upscale, like this this Razer converter box thing. I'm pretty sure it's upscaling it a little bit. Yeah, the dancing hand video use is a camera going into this input. This works as an input or as an output. If you use it as an input, you're running an image in it, like whether it's a copy of the output or whether it's the camera. The dancing hand video is camera. And if you use it as an output, you get a fairly low resolution output. It's like 640 by 360 or something. But it's not being upscaled. It's crisp. You get this very like old school graphics looking thing. And what that means is then you can throw your frames that you got from that into, say, the thing I think that I used for those videos was Topaz Video Enhance AI, which is not super cheap, but I was able to use it for this purpose. And that means you get not a blurry enlargement of whatever the thing is, but a much more... Let's play with this stuff a little bit. How about... Give me a second. I think I need to go and find a cable. That was not hard. I found the cable. So, quite some time ago, when I was doing live streaming that was meant to be like a techno set with crazy graphics and crazy lights. And when I say crazy lights, what I mean is like visuals like this, where I shut off the white light and instead I had all kinds of freaky stuff going on. So I'm going to shut this off for the moment. And I was using this cable to run the Hypno into the computer and merge it in OBS. And this is one of the ways that I killed that old video converter. But everything that I've been doing with that, in order to run it into the computer and get a direct digital output rather than something that is scaled or reshifted, and that is basically, that describes what's happening with the using this as an input for another video thing means you got to power it by this one on the side and then take the output from the HDMI, or theoretically this little composite video thing. You could have it be real old school and blurry. But in order to get the direct output, you have to reconfigure OBS to be outputting the scale that is. So you set your OBS canvas to be like 640 by 360 kind of thing. But then you also have to have a visible NDI option. And I have been beating myself into the ground for weeks trying to get that accessible. Yeah, you can get it. You can on an old Hypno, you can. I don't think the new ones have this. On an old one, you could plug this into a TV, composite out. It's very, very old school. So here's what we're going to try to do is, firstly, let me cancel out of this because this was, see, it says display C. That's for the computer. That's for the laptop. My purpose there is for being able to do some coding, and I'm going to be doing that. But at the same time, see video, maybe that's what I'm missing, is that I have to go to video capture device. I was expecting it to show up between like media source and scene in the menu, and it ain't. You will see soon enough what I mean when I say that this is a weird day full of fail and problems. But let's start off by plugging this in. It's not plugged straight into the computer because I can't, but we can plug it in so it lights up. And then this will start to boot up. It'll take it a little while. And in the meantime, I am making a video capture device while this is plugged in, it's supposed to be able to find me a NDI input, and I have not yet, oh yeah, well, I mean, see you later, Edward, because this is going to be a dumb stream anyway, so you're not missing anything. I want to see whether I can make this work. If I can set up my traveling laptop, like not the antique, but the actually good one, to work. So, device, NDI video, no preset. If this is working, I can get a preview. Resolution 1280 by 720. I don't know if that's necessarily correct, but that's the only one I'm being offered. 30. I am not seeing this. This is trying to do an NDI output, but that's not the resolution. Rational, simple. Okay, how about use preset? Oh, we've got some other options. Maybe this will work. Probably won't. 640 by 480. Oh, wouldn't that be good if it worked? Looks very much like it won't. How about an even lower preset? High? No. Okay, so it looks like I have an NDI setting on this. I can plug this in. I can turn this on. But I'm not being given the resolution. It wants only 720p. I'm not being given the option to use any of these. So like if I unplug this and plug this back in, then maybe it will tell it to use 640 by 480. Let's try it again. It's restarting everything. See, if this completely fails, and this is going to be a bit of a fail stream today, but that's fine, then I have some philosophical pontificating on the concept of fail streams. Then I do have a fallback, which is what I was going to do before. It's use it in the video set feedback configuration with the Razor. And I will show you what that looks like. If I'm going to the trouble of fussing around doing all of this, I am at least going to show you what it looks like. But looking a little bit like it's all lit up with no place to go. Okay, so let's cancel out of there. This cable is now useless. Main cam for me. See, I can yeet this off into the distance. Yeet. I just cleared off a chair, which I had a bunch of things I'm going to be putting on Reverb to sell to deal with my hardships. But we're not talking about those. Instead, we're talking about taking this and putting the Sleepy Circuit Hypno connected to it. And unplugging that video capture device for the moment so that we can, hang on. You can kind of sort of see what I'm doing if I do this. That plugs in there. That wants to sit on the heatsink. If I can find the place this fits, then I've tested this, so I know this part will work. Or at least I'd like to think I know this part will work. Oh, a good time to throw another log on the fire. It's incredibly cold here today. Like incredibly cold. So I'm going to have to keep throwing logs on a lot. Running out of this stack of logs, I'm going to have to carry a bunch of firewood and set that up again. Such is Vermont. And let's throw another log on here. That's going to get going, and I'm going to have to jump over there and set it up. But here's the thing. I was plugging this system into the back of my keyboard here. You can't actually see the keyboard. I had this plugged in. You may notice it looks a little bit different, more to be revealed on that as well, as always. But I have a DOS keyboard thingy down there. It's the DOS keyboard TIGR, the DOS keyboard Tiger, which I like because I have an email address that is JinxTiger, JINXTIGR, at my original internet service provider that I had from back in 1998. And we'll switch over to CodingStream. And then let's start up. Actually, no, I think we can. Let's throw on the Razor. So another video capture device. If this works properly, then we can, oh, got there. And we can drag this down under here so that you can still me being there. You can still see me being there. So this is the Hypno on its heatsink with its new stuff, and it falls off of the cooling pads quite easily. But this is what's making that shape. And the deal with this is you see a certain fuzziness because the output of this is not 1080p. This is not a 1080p output. This is like 640 by 360 or something. But running into the Razor is able to upscale it. What that means is I can capture all of this stuff, and I can capture it at pretty high speed and just figure out, first of all, what we're doing with any of this. You'll notice the frame rate is not exceptionally high, and it's also a little tricky to work. I don't think this can do a frame rate fast enough to hurt epileptic people, so this is the bare minimum, like it started up in this condition. And you see we can do some funky effects, which are very colorful. And the idea is you capture this, and then you use AI upscaling. And what I'm doing here is making it a lot less obvious. Oh, hi. You look kind of cool. Not very colorful, but kind of cool. And see, there's a sort of a gritty look to it. But we are doing wild things. And it's making visuals like that or any other sort that you might be interested in doing, learning how the device works, and maybe running triggers into it. I can't run triggers into it from that Techno Power device. I can't run triggers into it from the Bastel stuff. But I can run triggers into it from a real modular synthesizer, and I do have one sitting right there. So there is that. And yeah, the idea is to be able to do something interesting and make some visuals and then capture it off of the computer in such a way that I can upscale it or layer it into other things. Do stuff like, do pretty much whatever I might wish to. Oh, let's bend and distort this. Now we're in circles. It's been so long since I've used this device that I really am rather out of practice with this puppy. I need detailed instructions, and I need to go over the instruction manual for it. And that's actually bad mojo because we don't necessarily want to hurt people's brains. Apologies for the flickery. With this, we have it sort of slowly growing a mold. And messing with the color on the outside of the mold, but see, and this molded in the center here is a video feedback effect, and it can be upscaled. Hang on. Let's damp down the stove. It could be upscaled, and we can also, since this is layering an area of direct video feedback onto another image, which is one of the signal generator images. We just got to this place where we have like squirming mold with a color, and we can control the color as we see fit. But we can also change this aperture where the mold is growing by zooming in a little bit, because there is a signal generator creating these areas, these layers, and it can be rotated. And you see that we're getting color inside. Also, I believe this is the one where it'll offset. So I can make everything this sort of crystallization of color. And this is why I got the Sleepy Circuit Hypno. It's basically just code fooling around with video buffers. But as soon as I saw what it was possible to do with the thing, I was like, oh yeah, no, this is great. I'd like one of these. And so that's what I got. And I'm looking to, because one of the things I like about this, we do stuff in the modern day with like AI generation of like, generate me a field of people who are all themselves as a child expanding outwards into themselves as an old man in a shape that looks like a carrot, and then you have the, Dolly or Stable Diffusion to spit all of that kind of stuff out. This is equally freaky and psychedelic looking as a result, but it's coming out of simpler concepts. Like it's coming out of the overlay of this particular thing. I don't like that nearly as, oh, hi. It sort of choked for a moment there. See, this is why I have this on a giant heatsink. I put some effort into cooling the Hypno because I found that I was crashing it repeatedly. I was pushing it so hard that it would just fall over and die. And I don't want that. I want to be able to do this, where I'm filling the screen with color and then moving this over to offset it, or moving this over to here and then expanding out, and now I have a whole screen that is sort of evolving in this extremely colorful way. One of the things that I wish is that you had CV control over this color twist knob, because the color twist knob is kind of awesome. We have yet another effect that can be added or removed. Or we can make this part see, I just switched it over to being something else. And if I increase the gain a little bit, we should get into that freaky, oh, it froze up for a moment. May or may not have crashed. No, that hasn't crashed, that's still there. And then find a different colorway for generating it. And then swirl this bit, and we're making more effects, but these are not so much like AI created effects. It's on a more primitive sense. So it's actually blowing away the compression for YouTube, which is kind of fun. I enjoy that. Sometimes I like throwing more bits at YouTube than it knows what to do with. But yeah, the pictures I'm generating here are sort of a mechanical thing. They're like the modular synthesizer in that it's not tell AI to do something weird, but manipulate a kind of machine that's modulating and changing things around, and then figure out what to do with that in order to, like, one of the things I've learned with this Sleepy Circuits is if you set the hue over to not necessarily this purple or blue, there's shades of color in here that have special characteristics. You'll notice that the hole in this oval is part of how the rendering goes, and you can go to a place where it contracts in a blue color and then expands back outwards again, and you can go to a place in the red color where there is a artifact that pops up, and we're seeing it filling in the center of that hole. If I put it to another color, the hole is filled with black. If I put it to that red color, it's throwing out a weird quality. That's visible in some of the Welcome to Free Luna videos. That particular quirk of throwing out extra pixels when you hit red is like shows up in the Welcome to Free Luna video, because the captures that I did for that, it did that thing, but it did it in such a way that it was that is an in Hypno, it's not the video feedback. The video feedback is still happening, but now it is throwing a reverb effect on the frame buffer. And so if we set it to the empty space, then that's all well and good. But then if we set it to the red, it will throw that stuff into the middle of the circles. And we can even, let's make this real obvious. Expand it outwards. So now we have this weird stuff going on. The farther out to the edge, the more it will let there be a black area in the middle of the screen. And it's the internal frame buffer doing the vanishing away into space combined with video feedback at the same time. But all the video feedback is happening on the outside edge. And then if we swoop it over to red, we'll see that we can have stuff happening in the middle of that. It'll throw something in that will expand out. And then if you push the button and make the video feedback go the opposite direction to coming closer, now we've got our dark area, but it's making a sort of funky framing effect. Like, it would be nice to have this on the framing of my face here, because I don't know, it just looks crazy. But then if we throw the red color in, all of a sudden we have these stray pixels and they're bursting in here and making a big striking effect, which is not the case when you're on some of the other colors. And again, there was a way of zooming in around the blue range where there's other artifacts happening there. And the neat thing is I don't know exactly why all of these things are happening. I just know that they are. What I'm doing there is turning the video feedback one, because the video feedback one has options as well. And I can find what I might think is the proper setting for that. And it's all to the purpose of trying to get a cool animated visual effect that's kind of spatial. I mean, this is now creating basically screenshots. It stabilizes. And that's not bad, because one of the problems with the Hypno is doing too many crazy things with it, and then it turns into just a flashing, seizure-inducing pile of nonsense. We can turn the video feedback up a whole bunch and zoom in closer and see if that helps. I'm going to say it doesn't look as if that helped. Nor did it really hurt all that much, but it's the imagery that I had kind of stopped happening. This is cool in its own way, though. We're apparently doing everything in pink, so let's see if we can have another color. Like that red. Okay, pop art. That's getting real aggressive. And again, the speed at which this falls back is also controllable. However, if I make it go slower, it'll just start making fine lines. And then if I adjust the color, boop. Oh, hi, do we want to just... And well, there you have it. So this, of course, is not AI. This is a complicated machine that's feeding back on itself in weird ways. It's feeding back on itself in two ways. One way is feeding video input back into one of its signal sources. So it's getting video feedback in here. And The other way is it's telling itself to repeat its frame buffer and echo it. And in this case, it's echoing the frame buffer and making it bigger each time. And then filling it in anywhere that is blank. Let's see whether... I'm trying to figure out whether my stove is too cold or too hot. So I'm looking at this static picture, right? And this is being done with the Hypno. Let's see if we can lift it up into shot and have it not actually break. This is what is doing this effect. So if I turn one of the knobs on the video feedback, it will either do a subtle change or flip out and go completely crazy. And I've got the scale, which I don't want to touch because it would make it be overly weird. I've got a offset and what's sort of like a kaleidoscope effect. And a gain on the feedback, which would make it not have that red background, but I'm keeping that for the moment. So let's fool with the kaleidoscope effect, which is taking the video input and kind of fracturing it and resampling, reimaging it. It's literally, kaleidoscope is the best way to describe it because that's what it's doing to the image. So if I touch that just very slightly, it ain't doing anything. Oh, yes, it is. And that gave me another stable image. So in theory, you could do this and presumably it will go back to other stable images so we can do animations this way. Just move it the slightest amount, wait for it to become stable, and we're making individual animatable frames. But you could also just slowly turn the knob and allow these ripples to happen. And that tells its own little visual story of like, we're doing this, and every time we do this, it makes this funny stuff happen, and it eventually settles down because the rest of the system is stable. Now, if the rest of the system was chaotic, it would not be stable. Oh, and let's play with the colors a little bit while we're at it. Oh, okay, it freaked out. We can probably get to colors that are not stable at all. And yeah, we can get to fully red, in which case it is, in fact, not stable at all. But some of these red and purple colors, which are kind of like some of the old Roger Dean covers, honestly. I've seen him use colors like that. Are stable, meaning that you can go, oh. It's also set to like not freak out when you touch controls lightly, which means I can only do, I'm pretty sure I can tell it to be more sensitive, but right now what it's going to do is need me to get the adjustment changing, and only then will it move to the new setting. Any given moment, it wants to move only in steps. I might or might not want to keep it that way, but that's one of the ways it can be. And we're going to turn the kaleidoscope effect down bit by bit until it's off and see what happens. And this is where we came in. Oh, well, no, not that, but I had a setting. Oh, very sensitive, that is. Where I had these rows of wavy lines. And I'm having a little trouble getting back to that setting, but that's okay because each of these are its own little image. Now, if I was able to do the DVI output, I could have that with really crisp colored dots. It would be low res, but it would be really crisp. I don't have that. So one possible way to address that is to do the AI upsampling and just not add noise of any kind, because there's these big solid color things, and hope that the upsampling reads this as these are smooth contours and have it make a really smooth curve from what's actually a pixelated line with blurriness in it. That's what you want if you're doing this, because then you'll make a much larger image where all of the frames seem to be very high res, and it's got this wild, like, 80s look to it, because it's got the vibe. If you take this and you do upsampling using AI is capable of recognizing, like, this is a curving blue line against a purple background. So give it a curving blue line against the purple background. Clearly this is meant to be straight, except for there's some quirks to it. And so it starts turning it into line art. It recognizes what's there and goes, well, this looks like line art to me. It's just not high res enough. Let's expand the res. And it does a very good job of following all the little quirks and colors and things. But the line weight changes wildly. Because if you took that and literally upsampled it correctly, as if it was line art, the line weight would be changing wildly. And the color and stuff would change wildly. The end result is very much like analog artists trying to draw vector graphics with hand-drawn animation. And it's very Tron. You get a very Tron look with it. And then let's step this back a little bit more. We kind of do. That's kind of the wavy lines I was thinking of. And then we're closing in on this area here. This has now got animation in it. So that's cool in its own right. Like, you set up something like that, and you have a flying through space motion on what's purely abstract art. Like, you can legitimately call this art, because this resides within, it's as much art as like radiophonic workshops, Doctor Who music is music. It's taking a bunch of laboratory instruments that are capable of producing outputs that render visual effects and tweaking with them until they're doing something that you want, whether that is slightly weird or not. And this is producing like radiophonic workshop style abstract art. I didn't paint this on a canvas, but this is the kind of thing that somebody could choose to paint if they wanted to paint things on a canvas. This is both hardware and software, because it's software in the Sleepy Circuits Hypno that's rendering frame buffers with signal generators and video feedback. But the video feedback part is coming in through hardware that's not really so much using software as just doing primitive upscaling and downscaling. And then let's continue. Big, bold colors and effects there. So that's kind of neat. There we have an even more interesting effect, and it's not so flashy that it's going to like hurt people who are photosensitive. The overall light of this effect is not really changing that much, but it is still doing a wild, cool animation effect. And it's still the kind of thing where you could have a upscaling algorithm would look at that and go, whoa, this is clearly accurately drawn little blobs with clear outlines on them that become slightly blurrier as they go farther away from you. But, you know, we're clearly drawing geometric shapes with irregular outlines filled with solid colors and things. So let's clean that up. It cleans up the rendering, but it's not actually rendering. It's just an accident of, and this is a visual software. This is the software that lives inside Sleepy Circuits Hypno. And it would indeed. I don't think Sleepy Circuits guy is an open sourcer. So to some extent, if this is what you want, you got to get his little box. But let's adjust that even further, or learn from how he's doing it and write open source software to do this kind of thing. Because I can show you the guts of how this works. And then all the way to direct input. Rotate the image around. That's kind of pretty in its own right. Ripply effects. And like I said, we can adjust the spacing because this is this video effect of, does the frame buffer diminish into nothingness or does it zoom close? And we have just lost our image, so let's see whether we can get it back by fooling with some of these controls. Our video feedback is like 100% up, and there we go, it has gone blank. And if we zoom in, see what we're talking about here is, let's make this be off the screen. So here's our signal generators. Here's one of them. It can be squares. You can change the size of the squares like this. You can rotate them, or you can have them just sort of continue to spin. This stuff can be animated as well. And this brightness or darkness thing, see, it's a red color, and you can also do it backwards, which is also a red color, but it starts doing different things. And then positive means you have this red color, but then if you continue it, you start to get a blanked out area. And then you go past it to the point where, see where the corners touch, it starts to cancel everything out and goes foop, and it's gone. Likewise for our color adjusting, similarly to what I was talking about before, the red areas stick out a little farther, and there's a blue area that also sticks out a little farther. If we dial the intensity back so we don't have as much of this blocked out area, then we can go through the entire range of colors and see which parts leave the largest blank space. And then, like I said, holding down this one button here, oh, actually that is not producing a blank space properly. And we can modulate this in a different way as well. So anyway, here's one of our effects. We can also do this one. That's another visualization. It's doing kind of the same thing there. Oh wait, I know. If we go back to this, we can have a more direct appearance of what some of these effects can be. Like there's light bars. You can see they're either positive or negative. We can adjust the color. That's more ramps. These are defaulting to different colors. So if we do like this one, this is the same effect. It's a ramp, but it's in squares. And this is a ramp that's in lines. Then this is like geometrics. We can offset them. We can rotate them. Holding down all different kinds of colors, buttons and things means you can pick different shapes for these, but they will work basically the same way. You can control how many points on the polygon there are and so on. And again, rotate the colors if you like. this is a sort of circle sphere thing going on. Like dots, you know? And there's 2 tone generators. Oh, hello, we do have visual feedback in this. And so, if we have visual feedback happening, that means we can do the regeneration thing I was talking about. I hold down this button, and now the background is copying onto itself in all the blank spaces. And we can make it copy onto itself smaller. And that makes everything go farther away, which is giving us a sort of infinite receding space, world of dots, where everything is zooming away quite violently. Or control the same thing. Instead of going farther away, we can have it go closer in. Now it's zooming forward through a tunnel. And we can adjust the colors. And sort of fool with this. Turning it up makes it more aggressive as it alters. We can rotate, and we can offset. So if you learn how to do things like this, this is literally only one signal generator, but it's using the features of this device so that we can do, say, like a gentle pool rippling back and forth. And all the side effects produced by this. And again, the speed of it, if that seems too fast, well, we can make it go, again, away or close, but a lot slower. And now our ripply effects are moving much more slowly, and then we can pick different colors to work with. Some of these are producing very white backgrounds, but then the backgrounds are what you make it, so we can have this effect doing more or less whatever we want that way. Only limitation seems to be that we're stuck with placing these dots in the middle, but we can do other things like make the dots be larger. And now we have a sort of big planet looking thing. Now we have a very chill and subtle revolving color of the sun effect against what is this dark yellow background. So maybe, yeah, whatever this color centers on, let's try to make a sky blue background. And this is the sort of thing where it's like fooling around with this kind of stuff. It's like, let's try to make a sky blue background. How do you do that? Well, there's no instructions. What I'm doing is modulating the video feedback effect. It's one generator inside the device. So the question is, can I make a point on this where the color that this ends up reverting to is actually that light sky blue? I got a purple. How about setting it to, okay, that's going to be a purple again. Whoop, I jumped back in from the wrong direction. That's a white. We're not interested in that color. We're interested in making a sky blue background. If it can do it, which maybe it can't. We got that video feedback thing going on, but there's only certain colors that it can converge on, so it might be compelled to do a shade of white unless other colors can be converged on like this. Oh, interesting. At least I thought that was interesting. I thought it was holding on to a different shape, but it turns out that's just the same shape coming from the opposite direction. So there we are with a blinding yellow. These shapes are now emanating from me in the corner. Okay, let's do it the opposite again. Again, changing the color and seeing whether we can make it go to a... And we got it. So now that I've got this, I can change the color of this one in here, and the effect that it's producing is altering that edge, but leaving that blinding blue backdrop exactly the same. And I can also use the rotate to shift it. And it's limiting me a little bit by the fact that I've got that, don't touch the control too hard thing. And what I mean by that is it's allowing me to move. It's got like in a gamer joystick, it has a blank space where it's not handling every tiny little jitter, but you have to move it a certain amount to make anything happen. So I move the control, and then it sits there for a second, and only then fires off. This is a way of its dealing with the fact that these controls can be jittery. I've had a version of this which got incredibly jittery. Oh, interesting. See how we've got a square effect, which is part of how the frame buffer works. So we can set this into a way where it's going to make this additional effect, but apparently only in certain colors. So if I pick this color, for instance, sort of, this color only with striking, we've got a striking visual effect there, certainly. Have it a green planet color. And then see whether it must, oh, and that color, very interesting. So we have now obliterated the blue shade that we had, because now the center of it is just going to be expanding shades of white, blooming out. See, this is why I wanted to set up the Sleepy Circuits Hypno to work with an NDI output. And I may still be able to do it, but I have not succeeded yet. Is because if I can get these kinds of effects happening without like internal resampling to an HDMI 1020p, then I can have cleaner results from rendering it into being making these more visual effects. If these can be really crisp, then that'll make a cooler upsampled effect. And yeah, I mean, I'm only just beginning. Like, I've just switched it over to, let's see now. We'll have that be stable. And check this out. This is one of the color effects that you can have. It's this sort of funky, it makes like cloud shapes, and you can make that drift. This is the way that you turn it into ripples. but you can make that drift and have it interpolating with different things. Like, for instance, here is the same one, but they are both different shades, and you can have it be different shades of purple or whatever, like that. Have them drift against each other, or have them in different like color modes where they are interacting. Here's something that I used for a lot of the videos, was this color mode, but drifting and interacting. You can have them drifting laterally and forming like these particular, you make very closely related shades, like a purple works good for this. And yeah, some of the visuals from things like Windows Media Player, they might work in a similar way. And you make it a lot bigger, and you have these floating things going across each other. Or you can have a weirder compositing effect, which will do something like that. And you see it trying to flicker there. We have a video compositing effect for this one. It's the light blue color one, where you start increasing the intensity and then it goes a little freaky. Starts doing video feedback freakiness. And there's always an inverse, and again, getting sort of flashing freaky color. That is that's aggressive. The pink color, and then this is the normal one, and this is what you get when you take this and hype it up in that way. And then lastly, with all of this type of stuff, this is the video feedback one. Switching directly to it, you have this frame copied over itself, which means if you throw some kind of effect on it, like this, turn it up a bit, and then start altering any of that stuff, you start getting funky end results out of it. Start getting these weird overlays. And again, this is capable of having a sort of kaleidoscopic effect, where now if we do this, those interactions are happening in a different way. Oh, it lost its mojo for a second. The effect dropped out, but it's back. But it's finding a relatively stable setting. But if we increase the amplitude on that feedback effect, we start getting different things. See, the colors get more intense. Or we can do the inverse layering. And that's producing some very bright shades. And some of these things can be more subtle. And again, this compositing mode is the simplest overlay mode. If we do something like this, all of a sudden everything's real freaky. And we're figuring out whether we can up and flashy town. And figuring out whether I can do stuff with this that is not just painful for anybody observing it. And that's a cool little fixed position. It's thankfully not flickering at 15 frames a second, but it's still trouble every time it does that. Like, I'm not really comfortable with allowing it to get too crazy. So this looks like a fixed frame, but it's not really going to be a fixed frame, because if I find something that's adjustable, which none of these things are actually changing it at this time, it's possible it just froze up on me, at which point this would be a fine time to, oh, and nope. We're getting into a permanent video feedback zone where we're creating these fixed images and not having anything else going on. So well, that's trouble. Let's not have that. Let's have this. So back to the video feedback stuff. Now we have squirming, crawling colors that aren't going to give anybody seizures. And we can shift some of the background things around. To let it settle into new forms. And again, these are the kinds of things that I want to do with this video stuff. I'd like to make music for which these kinds of visuals would be nice, colorful additional strokes to add. I'm always kind of into your classic, classic rock wanted to make visuals like this. They just had to do it with ink floating in tanks on top of incredibly hot spotlights. They had to use projectors and play with stuff in order to make things like this happen. And it is always dependent upon what your technology is. Like, they couldn't really do this, going, okay, and now we're doing the mandala because it's a circular wave generator. And now we're going to switch it back to the square one that we had before, like this. And then the square stuff comes across. And they didn't really have the capacity to do that, because this is manipulating a sort of computer machine rather than simply having a tank of stuff and fooling with the tank of stuff. Like, in the 1960s, they would have loved these colors. These colors would have been, like, the Beatles would have loved this. They'd have been like, we're going to put this in a movie. Let's make an entire movie based on this. And it wouldn't have succeeded because it's just a visual effect, but that's what you'd get from people getting excited about this kind of thing. Maybe I will still be able to get the NDI input to work again, because there was a time when it did, and then OBS updated and the NDI software updated, and all of a sudden you couldn't connect to weird, unusual frame sizes anymore. But, who's to say? And having switched away from the video feedback, here we are with the basic generators again. And the device is a Sleepy Circuits Hypno. It's one of these. It's like a modular synth thing. In fact, you can put it in a modular synth, but I'm not sure if it'll work super well to do that. But that's what this is. This is a little modular synth-like toy that you can fool around with. It fits into a modular synth form factor. And these jacks are, in fact, modular synth jacks that you can run modular synth triggers and things into. I found when using it with the, and I'm going to unplug it now, because we have something to do. I just wanted to do this other stuff because the stuff that I actually have to do is kind of sad and boring and maintenance. And that's fine, but not nearly as satisfying. I'm also putting some of my things back that I'm not using, just so that I can keep all of my stuff fairly well organized. And don't thank me too quick for the wonderful plugins, because we have some work to do today on exactly that sort of thing. I am plugging in the HDMI and having the laptop restart, and we're going to go through here, shut off the Razor, and find out how to make the USB video work. So what I'm doing now is essentially excuse me while I fool with this. Here I'm canceling. I'm trying to do display overlay. We're fixing a problem today. Coding stream. That shouldn't be doing what it did. No unsaved changes. Let's keep them. Okay. It was I'm trying to load this screen. I'm trying to make this thing work. I'm not able to show display overlay right now, but I'm looking at properties for coding screen. And what I need to do is HDMI video capture. I'm going to unplug it and replug it. And we're trying to get this laptop to show up on the screen like the olden days, like back when I was doing these more. Maybe it will help if I look at the resolution. It is supposed to be putting out 1080p. Let's see if I can tell it to do 1080p. 30 FPS. Aha! Got there. Boom! It bursts to life, and here we are, looking at my menu. And we're looking at some of my screen, because we have coding to do, but it's not just coding to do, we have bug fixing to do. Yes, you heard right, that's right. The last plugin that I did is all screwed up. And after throwing a log on the fire, we're going to fix it. But it's incredibly cold, and so I also have to constantly throw logs on the fire. See, this is why I was doing that stuff with the Sleepy Circuits Hypno. I got to do stuff like that to keep my spirits up on these days when I wake up and everything's broken. And you got to fix it all. I was just thinking to myself earlier this morning, it's like, yeah, well, I feel like garbage because this thing went wrong. I noticed I made a dumb mistake. I have to go and fix the dumb mistake. But then it was like, well, I mean, maybe I'm garbage, but I'm rock and roll garbage. And, you know, who can argue with that? This is absolutely not a Minecraft plugin. This is literally the plugins that I make and sell. And we're not going to look too closely at some of these things. Haha. But, because we wouldn't want to ruin your surprise. But here we have a problem in action. And we need to fix all of these problems. And then maybe just upload the end results on the fly, and have it be updated during the live stream. So this could be another 5-hour epic. I have to do this every week, but I don't always have to do it over and over again every week. And in the process, I'm going to be doing some spoilering, but I'm going to try to avoid doing that. Please no free frames, and it won't be very long before the secrecy will be over. See what you see here? It says Z output stage, And we've got this in trim and out pad and stuff. Out pad is a gain level. This is all very simple, and that's, I think, what stung me. When I was making this ready to go, when I was getting ready to make it so that people could have this, I had to do the filtering, and we have this little bitty, the op amp stuff includes a, well, dang, where do we get the, okay, IR amount A, 0069 divided by overall scale. So that is a simple high-pass filter. And we've got all this stuff going on, and this is why it gives the sound that it does, which is more than just your basic output. But there is a howling error in here that got by every single version of this that I made. And can you spot it? Here we got in trim, here we got out pad, here we got all this code. It worked fine, except for that I kept having to turn the output volume down really far, and it was supposed to just be a pad. Check it out. Here's your problem. Outpad was never meant to scale up to 10. It was never meant to be a massive boost. This is not a guitar pedal. This is its own distortion stage. The distortion's supposed to happen before the distortion stage, not after it. So, oops. This is a huge, howling, embarrassing error. And the only thing I can say is I hustled this out because I thought I wouldn't have to think about it very much because I was busy thinking about something else, which is going to come out pretty soon. But for the time being, we're going to fix this because it turns out this is not very hard to fix. This, like another thing that I did like that fairly recently, which was more of a adjustment of sound rather than a howling error that needs to be a fix in place. This is just removing that. If I rebuild this, it's now going to work just fine. So we're going to run through all of that for every version of the plugin that I have. And once we've done with that, see how it says it failed? That's just a quirk of this particular version of Xcode. It needs to build its template code, and it tries to build this before it has built the template code. It's such a simple thing that I'm not even going to copy the code over other than to make the... Actually, you know something? I might be able to fix all of these things in place except for the Windows version, because the Windows version does require me to drag over the Mac version's VST files. But I will demonstrate using Twisted Wave what just happened. If we open this up, grab a little section of drums. You're just hearing... Oh, that's useless. Don't want. Let's open something else. Let's open a simple old drum kit. What we have here is just the laptop speakers. And we're going to go for, and again, we're revealing more than we want to here, but oh well. Yeah, apologize anybody who wanted their Christmas present to be a secret. I have problems to fix, and I'm not going to be able to hide it unless I just hide the screen. So, I don't know, live with it, I guess. One thing about it is if I do it this way, then it's not going to be as obvious. But see what we've got here? Oh, look, that's really loud, even though it's supposed to be unity gain. That's because this is what it's going to end up being. And it's supposed to be this is supposed to be the output control at full crank. It's supposed to do this when the output is at 1. Instead, the output multiplies its gain enormously. Apologies, I keep looking over at my face on the screen, and that's just distracting. You're right there, camera-wise. The looking at that part is seeing that I'm even framed properly, but whatever. You're supposed to be able to do this. And then pat it down with this. So say if you're at halfway or whatever, we can make it be super loud or very loud, and then not have it blowing everything up. But our default is this. So if we change this and take our component file, let's put a copy here, drag this over into components, see it says an older item exists. Do you want to replace it? Yes, I do, because this is a bug fix. And then try to do exactly the same thing with the same plugin. Now we get this. You're supposed to be able to do this. Meaning you can turn it down even if it's wildly distorted. And then at low gain, you're supposed to be able to do this and have it be normal. So we're fixing a stupid mistake that I made. And I'll show you that mistake again and again as I walk through this problem. And it's so trivial that I won't really need to test every version of it. I just kind of need to keep doing it. And this is what we're supposed to get. Here we are backing the output off a little bit so it doesn't go over 0 dB. And now we can use it as a clipper. We could do this on the filters as well, all of that kind of stuff. That's what we got. So seeing as we don't actually have to check all of these because we know what's wrong with them, we're going to walk through this stuff as needed. Get out of sight, you. And name. And we're going to go through and fix these obvious problems because it's a very simple fix every time. Although we do need to remember to do it twice on the VSTs. See, this is the output stage, the last one that I put out. And here we've got all of the same stuff. But again, this got by me because I was working on something else that's supposed to be an enormous big secret. Please don't rewind or fast forward around and peek at what the secret actually is. I still have to have enough enthusiasm left in my soul after all of this stupid mistake fixing to make a really good plugin video for the Christmas present. But what I got to do here is remove this extra ×10 everywhere it appears. Now, one thing we don't have in Outpad is we're not doing interim times itself, because that is how our input boost goes completely bonkers. The way this works, we can make A be 10, and then it becomes 100, and then it becomes the 100,000? I got a handy calculator. Why don't I just use that? 10 times 10 equals 100. And then it's followed by another intrim equals intrim times intrim. It's not reading the there's no parentheses in here. It's going to do that, and then it's going to do 100 times 100. Meaning we get to 10,000. So the max gain on the input of this is 10,000 times what it was, which is a different thing in dB terms. dB terms are logarithmic, so it's not as many plus dB as you might think. but it's still a big old multiply. And outpad only gets the times 10. It does not ever get expanded in the way that the input did. And here is our outpad being added to, move it over. Here's our outpad being added to the sound after everything. It's turning it down if it's needed. If it's exactly 1, it doesn't actually do anything because it's not meant to. And now we can build the VST version. Unlike the AU version, the VST version is able to build the first time. And we look at Z output stage, VST. We copy over the older item. I could check it, but I don't know. As long as I remembered that I do both the double replacing and the single replacing, that means it will work just fine. Having now done this, we got the VST stuff. We're going to walk through making the Windows version. I'm not liking having this off screen. I know that I'm not supposed to go and look at my face on the screen, because if I look at my face, the camera view is this rather than this. But this is just Chris being flustered because he has to do a bug fix in place, having released something that sounds amazing, but people are going, why is it breaking my DAW and blowing everything up at the default settings? And the reason is because I made a mistake and have to fix it. Get pretty stressed out about some of this stuff sometimes, but you know, what are you going to do? Oh, I know, I could look over there. I have a screen over here. Windows, doing the Windows version. My Windows versions are run in a virtual machine. It's on Parallels Desktop, and this is an old computer, but even so, it is still capable of building my stuff in an old version of Visual Studio. And we're going to walk through doing that. Bidding, bidding. I go to just any folder and then projects, because projects doesn't show up in this menu, but that's where I wanted to get to. And then I drag over VST project from here. That's my template file for the Windows stuff. Open it up and drag in these files, and it will copy them. Having done that, I can get ready to, what's hiding under here is my collection of source code. I'm going to have to update all the source code on my main computer as well, but we'll do that. Sometimes I feel like it's almost worthwhile walking through all of this kind of stuff on stream just so that you can see the nonsense I have to put up with. Like, AI is all well and good, but none of this stuff does itself for me. It's just all an enormous burden and pain in the butt. And here's another, which is named Visual Studio 2015, because I want to make sure that all of my stuff works and isn't hopefully broken by people putting out new versions of stuff where they happen to want to make the old version die so that people are forced to use their new versions. And so many people do that. Steinberg does that with the VST format. Microsoft does that, but not as much as Apple does that. And it all leads to me needing to use an antique laptop for developing for older platforms. Because they really fight you. They don't let you do that. Resampling 192K to 44.1K. I'm using a program called Twisted Wave, which has very good built-in resampling. I like doing it only on the very final stage. Like, resampling in the middle of things is just a pain in the butt, and resampling properly involves running latency. So try to avoid resampling where possible. There might well be a bug in PowerSag 2. I don't know. You could be right. I don't know what it is. We could look at it. We're looking at broken things today anyway, so we might as well look at all my broken things. First things first. I need to open the file. I also need to show the solution bit on the side. And I'm forgetting why it's not showing, but I do need to show it, so we got to figure that one out. Close solution, not closing. How about view? Maybe view will show me what there's supposed to be a window on the side here. I'm going to need to have that. Oh, okay. See, I found it. Solution Explorer will show me the thing on the side. See? I remembered what it was called. See, the more things going on, like I was talking about how I'm doing this stuff with the Sleepy Circuits Hypno, and we spent the entire beginning of the stream fooling with that. And I also spent yesterday rebuilding my entire guitar ISO cab because I wanted to change the microphone out. I've gotten bored with using an SM57, and I have I had a pair of Mini K47s. I can show that. I had a pair of Mini K47s. This is a Roswell Mini K47, and I use this for recording drums. I had another pair of them, and they sit around not getting used because I haven't really had things where I'm recording with dual mics other than drums. So now I've got this one kicking around for just use with, see, they even come with their own little bags to cover them over when you're not using them. I had a matched pair of K47s kicking around in the belief that I would have a reason for recording stuff with stereo miking, and then I kept not having a reason for that. Like a lot of recording you might do in a rock or pop context is you don't necessarily want to have your tambourine and you mic your tambourine in stereo, and then you've got your acoustic guitar and you mic that in stereo and so on. Often things are better done in mono. So I didn't really need to have the stereo pair sitting there being a stereo pair waiting to be used. And I was able to move it over and essentially rebuild the microphone framework. I haven't even tested it yet. I have tested that the speaker works, but I haven't tested that the mic works yet, and I probably won't have time to do that today. But I did rebuild the entire thing with the Roswell Mini K47 in the ISO cab instead of a Shure SM57. And it's considering that that's now going into a Lavery for capture, I think that's the right call, and it's going to lead to way better guitar tones even than I'm already getting. Assuming the mic works, because if it doesn't, I have to take everything apart. And then, having done that, I got some guitar sounds, but that's something I could do. You could hear what I have done. It's just not going to be as big of a change because at no point are we actually hearing the internal mic. And that's the thing that I changed out. But I also put a little damping in there in the back of the speaker section of it. I dialed back a little bit from the let's have everything really live and resonating inside the cab, and left the mic section live, but had the behind the speaker section a little. I just made more adjustments, made more changes. Having done that, I plugged it up and sat my pedal board on top. Hang on a second. Maybe I can even show. This is dark, but as long as I put it back, let's see. Let's see whether this wire can bend enough that I can rotate it even more. And flip on a light, and Bob's your uncle. So, what you're seeing is actually not it. I'm not going to be able to show it to you, but here's how close we came. Here's the amp that goes with it. This is what I was just showing earlier. It's a Valve Junior, and you'll have to trust me that I have my pedal board down here. And the thing with the pedal board is it was all wired up so that I could step on the pedal board and switch between stuff, right? Can switch between options, bounce around like that. That's frustrating, not being able to show off the right thing. Well, so yeah, I had the pedal board set up so that I could run it into the amp. And I'm trying different sounds with the new speaker arrangement, and I'm pretty happy with it. And then I keep noticing that I'm getting hiss, and then some of my connections aren't great. Like a particular one that I had plugged in, it wasn't working as well as I wanted. I'm like, my wire's getting wonky because I'm moving them around too much. And then I unplugged from the pedal board in bypassed mode and plugged directly to the amp and powered it up with the Les Paul, with the what I was demonstrating earlier another day of the Veritone circuit, and then turning it down all the way so that it would take out bass and tighten up the low end on the pickups. And I plugged straight into the amp, and all of a sudden there was no hiss. It sounded fantastic. It sounded just as good running through the pedal board, but it was adding hiss. And there's a reason for that. It's a high gain amp, and every little physical resistor and relay that you have in the circuit will cause hiss, will cause Brownian noise, electrical noise. So my choosing to do that, my choosing to have it set up so you can step on it and all of a sudden, boom, here's my flanger, was hurting the tone. And folks, you know, like you go to, say, Pink Floyd or something in the studio, and you've got somebody like David Gilmour setting up sounds or whatever. He's probably patching together cables straight into the amplifier. Similarly with, like, if Steely Dan, for instance, they're probably not going to be using a magic pedal board that can computerized switch all their different sounds together in the studio, because in the studio you have to get the hissless, highest quality tone straight out of the gate. And so next thing I did, because everything still needs to be powered, is I took all the wires out and I moved all of the pedals around. You can't see them. I was hoping you'd be able to see them, but you can't see them without me messing with the aim of the existing thing that I use for making plug-in videos with. I moved all of the pedals around while leaving them powered so that I can plug wires straight into them and then straight into the amp. And I have also not found time enough to experiment with that. And I don't have a camera that can show me doing it, which means it's a bit of a letdown if I wanted to do it on stream or anything. And that also should be a big jump as far as being able to get guitar sounds and do stuff with them in the studio and have it actually be rewarding and good. Everything was moved around and changed. Everything was taken apart and put back together. That was all literally yesterday. And I'm still working on the big Christmas present thing that I've talked about. And in the middle of all of that stuff, here we have Z output stage had an obvious, really stupid bug. And the reason for it is because I had too many other things to think about. Full stop. That's the bottom line. Is I just got too busy with too many things. So I got to run around in the beginning of the stream before we can go and play Minecraft. Fixing this and updating the problems on the fly so that people can have a fully working Z output stage, as I promised in the beginning. And yeah, it's free, but so what? I care about what I do. I'm not going to go by you didn't pay anything for it, don't bug me. It's like, no, I'm going to try to fix it and make it right quickly. So let's do that. we have a Windows build. We gotta call it Z output stage 32. Click on header files, and pretty sure it's Shift-Alt-A. Looks like it. Header file added. Source files, Shift-Alt-A, and I got to hold down Control for this one. This guy and this guy. Now, having done this, I can build the 32-bit. And now after this, I have to do two things, except for that it's kind of like three things once it's finished building. This is, of course, a virtual machine. It doesn't have any connection to the internet, and it just lives being what it is. 64, if I do let it ever connect to the internet, it tries to update itself and it breaks, and I have to roll everything back to a save. So, 64, I had to click away from this, otherwise it would go back to the 32. Build that, and that will also build, at which point I can close Visual Studio. By the way, there's a question that I missed, so let me get on that. Mastering context, resampling, the lower the taps, the better, the steeper, the better. That depends upon what you're doing and what you're using. Like if you're using something as good as a sync interpolation, there's a website that demonstrates different methods of resampling. I can't tell you what it is on top of my head. As you can see, I have many things on my mind, and so I spend far too much time just flat out beating myself into the ground trying to do literally all the things single-handedly and carry the firewood. Speaking of which, we probably don't need to put any more firewood in right at the moment, but I gotta have to pay attention to that. And there are like I'd rather make the mistake with the plugin than make the mistake with the big plugin that I care about giving people for Christmas. And I'd rather do either of those things wrong than get the wood stove wrong and cause a fire in my house. There's just lots of things to keep track of. Being a grown-up, running around being a grown-up. Whoever knew that a brainless potato head rock and roll star like myself would be making plugins and things. So we're done with this. This goes away now. Thank you. At this point, we go over to release. Copy these by holding Control-click. Dragging them to the desktop. Hopefully they'll go. If they don't, I got to figure out why and do it again. Yep, that didn't go. So hold it for a little bit. Let the virtual machine figure out what it's doing. And I am seeing... Oh God, I didn't even... Let's... coding stream. Boom. There, now you can see what I'm doing. I drag this away from here. And if it's showing this little folder, that means it's going to copy it to the desktop. That's what I did not have before. Having done that, it put them here. That's fine. And now I have 4 of my output platforms. We're going to also drag them to VST plugins. And it's going to ask whether I want to replace, which I do. Then we're going to hold Control and delete some of these things. Like we don't need this DB file, which is for debugging. And we're not distributing VST2.x because we're not allowed to legally distribute that stuff. Which is a pity because this is what's stopping people from making VST2 plugins in this day and age. And that's because Steinberg refuses to let new people sign on to do that. So they are refusing to do it, and I'm complying with their legal requirements by not redistributing that file. But what I'm redistributing is the stuff that lets you do it. This is also me needing to make sure that all of the capitalization is correct in this. Otherwise, weird problems can happen. Like I'll upload something and I won't have replaced the original because I was expecting it to be one capitalization and then there's a typo. And then we're going to delete this. at which point we are done in this part. And can shut down this. Quit out of there for now. Drag this over to, well, I'm going to option drag it over to WinVST. And we're going to copy that outright. And then I'm going to grab my little USB stick and shuttle. Shuttle is something that I'm going to peek at here first. Looks to be in fine condition. You keep bugging me. Worst thing that can happen is I'll be confused or not know how to answer, and I have to be able to deal with that. Like I've been kind of implying, I have so much going on that it's just exhausting and overwhelming, and I burn out on a regular basis. And so as long as I keep good spirits about that, there's no real problem. Shuttle is how I am going to get the Linux VST back. And what have I done? I've moved a thing to the trash that I didn't want to move. Let's put that back now. There I am trying to do a thing and then not doing it. That actually should go here. I don't need that to be on the desktop. Instead, I'll command drag it to there, meaning that I can move it to the main computer. Here's all the stuff that I can be needing to move. This is all in C++. I don't need Xcode running, so I'm going to quit that. It'll only make this antique laptop, like this is the laptop that I'm using. It's Mac OS X 10.6.8. It's a little old laptop running Intel Core i5. It's got 8 gigs of RAM, and that's it. And this is not an Apple Silicon, so it can't really use 8 gigs of RAM very effectively. And it's kind of maxed out for what it is. This is about as much as you can get. So what I'm going to do is drag shuttle to eject for now. Because one thing I know is that I've already built this plugin in broken form in all of the platforms. And the thing about the Linux platforms that I'm building is that, see, here we are, is that unlike the Windows, where I'm kind of restarting it each time, the Linux platforms are leaving the source code as I had them. So I got to click over here in order to get into it. And then scroll really past the Christmas present and jump into the output stage. And this is where our problems will reside. So let's see what opens when we double click this. It's a program called Mousepad. If I remember correctly, if I command Q this, it quits. So somebody has gone through and mapped this stuff, and we have the same problem that we had before. Namely, this needs to go away everywhere it appears. We're going to have to go and do this all over again on the source code that's on the website. So we'll be going through and doing all of this over again on the source code that's on the website. But we got to scroll down because we have two versions of this. We also have process double replacing. That's the version that I always use. Because double replace, it means that all of our signal values for all of our music is being stored as double precision floating point. And that's enough for anybody. I used to use long double, and I found that was not necessary. That I could not tell the difference between long double and double, no matter how much processing I did. I could tell the difference between double and float, and there's a lot of people who use float. I don't like to. And we're making this be that as well. I just did Command S. Did that do anything? I don't know. It wants Control S, so maybe it's mapping the commands, but we're going to do it by the menu anyway, just in case. I can also test that by closing this and reopening it, seeing if it saved. It's placing stuff in the corner for no good reason, because this is Linux, and Linux does not do things like remember where you want things. And again, here is... I'm sorry, I'm sick as a dog these days. Here's this. Again, process replacing float inputs. This is what it uses when your audio bus is float. This is what it uses when your audio bus is doubles. And my stuff supports both. Both of them have been fixed. So now all I need to do is make sure that it's not going to try and accept the previous version. This is the output one that I produced last time. This is the one that is broken. It is too loud because I didn't make that fix. I'm deleting it, and it's deleting it in place. And now all we got to do is go to build again, scroll away from the Christmas present again. I'm going to be doing that over and over and over and over. So if somebody wants to know what comes out on Monday morning, you will have your chances for scouring your eyes across this stuff and being able to spot the secret. But I'm going to try to resist making it too easy for you. And now we are in the right spot, and we're going to hit CMake and make, and off we go. And for this version of Linux, and only this version of Linux, it's going to grind away and rebuild every single one. I allowed this to reach the internet as well at one point, and it was able to connect to the internet, and it decided that it wanted to update some things, and so it updated some things, and then for the next time I tried to build everything, it skipped through all of this nonsense, and it built very quickly, and it only built the new things that were showing up, and then it was broken and didn't work for anybody. And it didn't tell me why, and I never solved what was wrong with it. All I did was I rolled it back to the version that worked, and I rebuilt everything over again. And there you were. So it's like, this is what being a programmer is like sometimes. I guess there are some of these guys are very, very, very smart, and they figure this stuff out, and they don't make dumb mistakes like having the wrong thing be multiplied by 10. And then when it does a dumb thing like that, they know what to do, and that ain't me. And so I'm just dialing stuff back. But I'll tell you one thing. What I can do while I'm waiting for all of this to build, I have to do this every week, mind you. The Raspberry Pi is actually much better in that respect. The Raspberry Pi builds correctly, except for I've heard from some people that the Raspberry Pi doesn't work for them either. And I don't know why, and nobody's ever solved it for me. So I do the best I can. And people do seem to continue to download the Raspberry Pi. So it must be working for somebody. It worked on the machine that I built it on. The time that I announced that, I had the plugins working, so there you go. But it's 11 o'clock in the morning, and I've only just begun to do this bug fixing. So I'm going to make another cup of coffee. And we'll leave that building while I do. I'll get right back to you, and we're going to get to where we are updating Z output stage on the fly for everyone, and I will show you when it is possible for you to re-download it and have the new version. And I'll also update my website so that the version as initially released is still available in case people need it for some purpose, which is what I always do, and ads. Back in a bit. You know, one thing that I could do, you know, although I do have the protective sock over it, the place that I put the mic that I use for the plug-in videos, it kind of sits pointing in the direction of the ISO cab, and I can switch it on just by hitting a button. The camera is on. So one thing I could do is, if we get bored with this or we finish it up and we want to do something other than Minecraft, I could fire up the new ISO cab and the new configuration it's in with running directly into the amp, show some of that, and have a microphone pointing at it rather than having it be completely bleed from elsewhere. That might be a little bit of fun. We could do a bit of that maybe. See how loud it is at the preset, because everything has to be like preset levels, preset camera angles. Otherwise, it takes even longer to do all of this. And I have finished grinding my coffee, so back in a moment. Hi. I'm back. I always do pretty well regarding this hourglass. Using that for it, it's like one of the things that you can learn, or at least used to be able to learn as a business, is promising and over-delivering. And that is a characteristic that Disney in particular has always spent a great deal of attention on. You make it seem as if it's like, okay, you're going to be lit in this line for this long, and then you end up being through with the line quicker than was anticipated. And it's managing expectations. And that hourglass is kind of like that. I don't tend to be away from doing the stream as long, but it does establish the idea that I'm off doing something. And it's an analog time meter, and that's always kind of fun. Like being able to do analog technology for something as simple as a countdown timer. So yeah, this is every week, sometimes multiple times a week. But honestly, if I have multiple plugins, then I only need to do this once, and it goes through and eventually will do all of them. I pile them all into the pile, but what it's doing is it's compiling every single thing over again. Oh, don't apologize. By all means, ask me questions like that. You had a different question than I thought. You were talking about sample rate conversion, I thought. Resampling and oversampling are not the same thing. I mean, bear in mind that my solutions use a completely different technique. I use clip-only 2. Clip-only 2 is like the original clip-only and came out of the 80 clip circuits and stuff like that. And what it does is it forestalls that problem by not allowing there to be gib effect crackling no matter how hard you push it. So oversampling is not the only option that you have available to you. You could use my stuff, which doesn't require oversampling to work. And in fact, you can't oversample that particular technology. Clip-only 2 is specifically designed to work on whatever sample rate that you want, and designed to work on whatever sample rate you want, and not ever to be oversampled. That said, if you were doing just hard clipping and oversampling that with the purpose of making it so that you're not having to, you're running into an intrinsic problem there, which is it's possible to have combinations of legal samples that will push harder into the gib effect clipping, the crackling you're talking about. Like, there's nothing specific in oversampling that forces that not to be a thing. It's just more likely to pull things back from where initially your pure digital hard clipping will always give you this gib effect crackling. Oversampling will increasingly pull things back from that. The higher oversampling you're doing, the closer you can cut it to almost crackling but not. Depending upon the kind of oversampling that you're doing, if you start using much lower levels, you're either going to have that crackling or you're going to have the output be duller than it has to be. Does that make sense? If that's the way you're dealing with oversampling for being able to do digital hard clipping and not have the crackling, it's either going to be one or the other, or some combination of them. And using more oversampling, it's not that it's going to better eliminate crackling. It's going to be better at coming close to that point where crackling begins without getting there. And if you're using lower oversampling 4x, 2x, whatever, it's either going to increasingly allow more crackling to happen, or it's going to increasingly cause the end result to be really dull and not have crackling happening. You following me? So the bottom line, when you're asking about formastering, I'm going to read you off, formastering context, lower the taps or steeper, how much to oversample, when hard clipping, so that you can eliminate crackling as you go higher. Yeah. The higher you oversample, the closer you get to that edge of as bright as you can without crackling. If it's crackling a little bit anyway, then it depends upon what your algorithm is as to if it goes lower, will it still be crackling or will it just go really dull? And that depends. So listen to what the sound of the really low oversampling is like. Or choose something that's filling your needs as far as that's concerned. And we're finished with this thing. Or at least to the point of being finished with this laptop. And by that I mean we're going to plug this guy in. We're going to close this. We're going to skip away from the Christmas present zone where people get to peek at what they're getting, which I've been trying desperately hard not to let that happen. But I'm doing the best I can. And we're going to drag over Z output stage SO, which is the new version. The version that has the correct amplitude on the output stage. And that's not all because we still have to do yet another Linux. But this allows us to close this maybe. Yep. This allows us to press Control and Alt and suspend this, because I found that this version of Linux in this virtual machine, when I actually shut it down, it breaks and doesn't start up properly. Yay! Computer programming, guys, am I right? We're quitting out of there and we're going to copy over the new plugins too while we're at it. And then we're going to go through and do all of the rest of the ones that we need. So here we go. This seems good. That's what I wanted. We're going to put the new one that we make in here. We're going to do the same thing that we did before, which means that we get to look at my interface for using the Raspberry Pi and building my plugins too. And again, this is every week for me. This is just every time I have a plugin, I got to go through all of this. Sometimes it goes faster, but that's what got me in trouble the last time. The reason we're doing this at all is because I tried to put out Z output stage in the middle of doing a bunch of other things and thought I could like run through it real quick. And the output got turned up by a factor of 10 from what it was supposed to be, because that's what the input did, and somehow something got copied over, or I don't even know what the hell happened. It just went crazy on me, and there you go. So now we've got all of these plugins copied to this USB stick, which is going to go over to the Raspberry Pi, and then it's going to go over to the... So one of the things we're going to do is... Let's switch over to main cam for a minute. Oh, I haven't even touched my coffee that I just made. Sometimes that's just how it be, you know? I think it's hilarious. The number of incredibly brilliant programmers out there who are like, what the heck do you think you're talking about? All of this is childishly easy. Well, it's like, okay, it's childishly easy for you, fine. But you also didn't make Console MC, so cut me a slack. I have to keep track of many things, and this is one of them. And we're going to unplug this cable, which is causing this display to flash because it's changing itself around a little bit. And might need to grab that back again. But this means I can unplug this cable, like coil it up a little bit so that I can hang it on. Part of my system here is I get to hang this on a hook so that I have various cables. Like here's my charger cable for my phone. And we're going to, having finished with this box, we're going to stash it away so that we can put another laptop in its place. One of the things about Argo C consoles is that you have access to underneath these panels, and so I stash the laptop under there when it's in use or not in use. And this had been set up before I changed around the ISO cab. This had been set up in such a way that I just had to push this button and the Raspberry Pi would fire up and get working. And I've now changed all that around, so I can't do that anymore. So there's no real reason not to, I guess, just I could be plugging this into here, but I'm just going to do the wall warts. I've got this one adapter thingy. All I have to do is plug that into power and it'll go. And I have this was going to connect to a screen that I have, but we're going to run this into the DI so that you can see the screen. And this is power supply for the screen that I'm not using. Okay, one thing at a time. We're going to try to figure this out. Here's the same video input that I was using. The question is, can I set this in such a way that I can plug this into the back of, oh look, this came loose. I've never set it up quite this way before. It's probably going to work. If it doesn't, I'll do something else. I can grab another. This is not the USB-C to USB-C cable that I'd need. I can't plug it into the wall, but then it might not reach. Let's see whether we can get the USB-C to USB-C cable. This looks like one. I think I have a couple of them here. So if I do that, then I can unplug this and all the power cables just sort of sit over there not being used, because that whole setup was to be able to plug it into a thing where there was a screen which would turn on when I booted it up, at which point it would start working. I could do my thing with it, and then I could just shut it down. It would shut down, the screen would go into power save, and all of that was up and running until I did over the ISO cab with the new microphone, which also involved changing it around into a completely different configuration, which might lead to my Novation Summit living over there and me breaking out the Kurzweil, because I have this giant white elephant Kurzweil K2600, and I often end up having it set up in such a way where I can run its balanced inputs into my recording, except for it doesn't really have enough gain to go well into the 16A. And then I end up getting bored of it because it's a really primitive old digital synth, but very high quality in other ways. Like, it'll put out a legit 20-bit output, but at 44.1K, and it aliases like hell. So the deal with it is, if you get or have a Kurzweil K2600, you can use that for like 90s film scoring. you can get really lush in fact, I bought a internal hard drive thingy for it, where it's a SSD hard drive, and so it can be silent when on. I even got a silent fan for it. And that the internal SSD hard drive thingy came with some orchestral sounds that were probably used on 90s movies. And so I've got this, but I kept not using it. And so the question becomes, can I have it in a situation where it is sitting there available to be used and is like right next to or stacked on top of, a 1 minute warning on ads for those who see them, stacked with the Summit stacked on top of it, because both of these things would use a TRS, a 1/4 inch TRS outputs that are balanced. The Summit does a fake balanced. I'm pretty sure the Kurzweil does a real deal, legit balanced outputs. But yeah, that's the thing, is I could set the Kurzweil in the space where the pedal board used to live, because I'd sort of disemboweled the pedal board for the purpose of being able to, let me see if I can get this plugged in. For the purpose of being able to wire stuff directly into it, wiring the effects straight in, rather than having to do them, let's see. Here's our mouse, power on, live and be free. There's our power cable. Boom. So in theory, if I can manage this tangle of cables, we can then do our Raspberry Pi version, and that will involve going to Coding Stream. And making USB video work. Let's try it in a preset. Let's try turning it. Also, it might have not started up. It should be, though. So, let's see. Let's switch away from there to the NDI video that's not going to do anything, and back to the USB. We've got USB video. That's what the black screen you're seeing is. Well, that looks weird. Oh. That ain't right. Okay, let's say okay with that, except for it ain't working, so let's unplug and replug the HDMI. There we go. Now will you work? Signs point to not so much. Okay, so what are you trying to see? Not every day is like this, but this day is being like this. Coding Stream. Use preset. Can I find whatever the correct input is supposed to be? Are we at a different FPS? Surely not. Oh, hi, it's getting upset there, but that looked different. See? We can make it do this, meaning that something's happening. I know it's going to be trying to be 1080p. Maybe if it's doing that and I hold down the button and tell it to shut off, assuming that's even what's happening, I might have to power cycle it. How about that? We're plugged into an HDMI capture, so let's power cycle it. Let's pull the plug, and then while leaving it connected, boot it up and see if it renegotiates. Aha! We got a brief little bootloader, and then it's gone. What is the matter with this thing? Oh, it did a thing. It did a thing and then it stopped doing the thing. Hi. That's what it's supposed to look like. We got there. We may not be able to see the menu bar, but we got there. I bet I'm going to need to see the menu bar. Okay, well in that case, what we do is drag this over until we can see at least some of it. Kind of like that. I'm pretty sure I can reset the transform and then it'll be back, but this might be enough to get us the ability to do what we need to do. That being, open that up in File Manager. Excuse me while I scoot away for a moment. Boop. And let's see, which mouse am I holding? What thing am I doing? We're going to put the end result in here. In this version of Linux on the Raspberry Pi, almost anything that you do makes it think that you want to rename the thing. It's incredibly annoying. Sometimes I can get away with that by clicking directly on the folder when I double click it to try to open it. That didn't work this time either. So we're continuing to do the thing where I'm simply trying to open a damn folder. And no matter what I do, it doesn't work right and it acts like it wants to make a new thing. So that said, got past that, on to the next thing. Next thing involving this. We're going to open the file system. We're going to go into VST build. If I click just right, maybe it'll listen to me this time. We're going to go into build. It may or may not be. No, we're not going to go into build. We're going to go into source. Oh, but we can go into build because we have to delete one of these. This version doesn't let you delete stuff just in place, but it will let me move it to the trash barrel. So we're going to make this go away. Right click with the button on the Raspberry Pi mouse, which seems to not be willing to work. Okay, that's all kinds of helpful. That's exactly what we needed this morning, was a button that doesn't want to work. There we go. That one did. So we're going to right click on the button that didn't work before and now it will, and we're going to move that to trash. I don't know what happened or why it was doing that. But that's just what today is like. Sometimes that's just what the day is like. We're going to leave CMake list text alone because it already says to build this. And that's what we wanted to do. But we do want to go to, and it's asking me if I want to rename it. I don't want to rename it. It's just that this version of Linux, every time I try to double click something to open, instead it wants me to rename it. It's got to do with how fast I'm clicking or the fact that I simply cannot double click fast enough to make the dumb thing work. Everything in Linux is configurable, so I could change that if I knew where to change it. I don't. And now we're in the source. So we're going to scroll right past anything other than what we're trying to focus on. And we got to go over to Z output stage. And we're going to hope like hell that it listens and doesn't leave me with something that was built using previously built pieces of code, whereas I'm trying to have it update what it is. And let's see. So here we are opening this. Here's something that I want to immediately close. I keep passwords in a file, but they're somewhat obfuscated in that I have like a secret code. So if you literally saw my passwords, it would just be telling me like the memorized secret code or what inversion of it I should be using to do a particular thing. That said, I still don't feel like showing it off. But here is the part that we're working on, and although I'm not shown on screen at the moment anyhow, so I might as well lean over here and squint. All I can see is the OBS window, and I need to hit the backspace on the Raspberry Pi rather than on the actual computer. We're going to take those out pads and make them be not multiplied. Here's my other copy of it. Here's where I click in order to backspace that. This one I really don't trust that it's going to know like Mac OS shortcuts. This is not being done through Parallels or whatever. This is a legit tiny Linux computer, so it's not going to honor any of my expectations. And we're going to go to File and hope that we can save. That this was red and it turned black. That probably means I'm good. And then hopefully this X will close it. Let's double check, just because even though it is a Raspberry Pi, which is by far the least popular version, don't care, still want to make it done right. LPad B, yes, there, and down here needs to also say the same thing, and it appears to, so we're good. So the next thing we're going to do is step away from here. We're going to go into the source, but first thing we're going to do is build the new stuff. This is going to take less time than the previous one, but it's still going to take a little while. And it might do more spoilers, so whatever. We have to do cd home pi vst build and build, because we have to be in the correct spot, and then we simply do cmake ... ampersand make, like all of these things do. And now it's going to grind away, and with a bit of luck, it's going to do the new one. I can pop back into view here. And it's probably about time for me to, see there, it is building the output stage. There's going to be some other ones, and it's linking, and I think it has built the new thing. A bunch of these it has found already as stuff that has been built. And there's other ones that always try to build over again. But I'm going to stash that there for the moment, and I need to put another log in my fire. You can see over there that it's dwindling, and it's super cold out here these days. It's getting to be, you know, like 10 degrees Fahrenheit or so. It's getting close to 0 Celsius. It's getting so cold. The Pi builds faster than the virtual machine version does, but that's because it's successfully building without having to do everything over and over again. That said, the thing I was talking about, the scary prospect, is that I've left internal build files around somewhere so that when I try to build it, it just puts together pieces of code that were compiled before, and they're the wrong ones, and it doesn't care, meaning that it just builds the bug back in again. We're going to try to avoid that. I may or may not be able to actually test it because I haven't been like running. I haven't been running plugins in all of these little platforms. You've seen what it takes just to walk through all of this stuff to start with. So I often go by like, has somebody come and squawked and told me that it's terribly broken and needs to be fixed? If not, well then, oh well. This is another good reason why we could bounce back to the laptop again and look at whatever the one was that the earlier guy said was still broken, or at least sometimes broke. I can't always do something about those. Sometimes there's something wrong with those that's beyond me. In this case, it's something that was wrong with Z output stage that was super obvious and that I should have caught and didn't. And that's how that is. That's why it'll be nice when I'm done with all of this and can go and play some Minecraft or whatever. But we're not done. We're not done. We're still working on the bug fix. The espresso machine makes little spatters of coffee all around the rim of the cup, in case you hadn't noticed. So one thing you can do is sort of roll this up for future use. Yeah, if the fellow who was asking for me to look into the other plugin that was broken is not still here, we're going to skip that part. If you're still here, give me a shout. We can make it happen. But I've put away all of my stuff. I guess because I was that desperate to get away from it. And we have finished with our building. So over to the squinting desperately at the screen. And, oh, for God's sake, get off that screen. Go over to the build file. Scroll down. You are here. Okay, we'll make it happen. We'll make it happen. You know, if I'm going to be spending time with folks, there's no reason I can't spend. And do we build at the right time? That still says 927, but I did actually delete one with that name, so we're going to assume that this is the one that's just been built. Modified, whatever. Oh no, it's 927-2023. It doesn't necessarily know what time it is either. I was freaking out because I was like, this says 9 and this says 10, but that was 10:22, so we're probably still cool. I don't care what time it thinks it was built, I just care that I've got the right one. Now we have the Raspberry Pi. And now we have the, let's eject this so that we can move on to the next stage in our comedy of errors. And that also means that this part, after we close this or remove this or empty this, just barely managed to operate the interface of the Linux machine. This one shuts down very nicely by going log out, shut down, and boop. We're good. So back over for a second while we reconnoiter. I'm going to be doing that same thing of fussing around a little bit, putting things away. You see how much goes into all of this. It's just, some days it's just too damn much. And it's not like any of it is smart or clever. I feel very, very dumb some days, grappling with all this kind of stuff and not being able to do better with it than I do. But that's how it be. That I got to do what I can with what I've got. I might be a very dumb man, but I have ideas that I'm trying to implement, and that has to take precedence over whether I'm able to pull that stuff off in such a way that it's like, hey, I'm obviously smart and I know what I'm doing. It's like, whatever. I have no idea what I'm doing, lol. And I'm damn well going to do it anyway because you don't get do-overs in life. When you're done, you're done. I ain't done. Let's see. Where did this even come from or go? This was from here. I used this with the screen and I had it all wound around one of these guys here, which doesn't necessarily matter for right now, but this will remind me that was what I was doing with it. and it was meant to sit with a screen in a place where I could just push a button and make it go. We're not doing that right now, but I will put it back to where it was in the configuration that I can put it back to the screen. The screen's actually on a mic stand. Okay, so we're not going back to the original laptop to look into PowerSag 2 just yet. We've got stuff to do. I sympathize with any desires to go back to that and maybe be updating 2 of those things, but I think there is no chance in the world that I can deal with PowerSag as easily as with this one. So we kind of have to walk through this stuff. And here's where I go to, hi, this is the main computer, and this is where we are, and this is what we've got. And you know what? I'm not going to be able to drag all of this stuff over. Well, I could, but I'm not going to be able to drag all this stuff over to the place where I keep the upcoming plugins, because that would give away my would-be surprise for Monday morning. So we're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to directly put stuff into a folder. I may or may not be able to create a folder. I'm not able to create a folder without moving this. I'm not able to rename it without opening it. This is the opposite problem from the Pi. From the Pi, when I double-click stuff, it automatically tried to rename it. With this, I tend to open things rather than being able to rename them. And we got to make a folder, and we got to name the folder Z output stage, and it has to be capitalized exactly correctly. Up, down a little bit. There we go. We have to make this folder, and it has to be capitalized exactly correctly every time. And then we're going to put some of our stuff in it. We're going to put all of our stuff in it, and then we're going to amend the further things that we have to do. Some of this is going to be off screen so that I can hide things better. Command drag to delete the things that I'm moving. Likewise for the main Linux. Then we open this sucker up and do our retro and Pi. Linux people often have their own keyboard shortcuts and have learned their own methods around this kind of stuff. I have learned some of the Mac keyboard shortcuts and things, and so that's how I roll. And here we are. We no longer need to have the Pi section open. Here's Shuttle. Shuttle no longer has anything left in it. Oh, with one exception, I have to copy over this. Here's where I have my plugins. So here's where I have my WinVST, and we're copying over the new version of WinVST, Z output stage, and deleting the previous one. And we're going to drag that over with the command held down so that it replaces. And having done that, we're going to go in and edit every single one of the others. And when I say the others, what I mean is that we're doing all the same things that we were doing on the laptop, but we're doing it in the code base that we're not simply copying over. Instead, we're just going to edit everything as we go. I'll show you what that means in a moment. I want to empty my trash. I no longer need Shuttle, so I want to drag that out of the way. This will result in you being able to download the fixed plugin like while you watch. So there's that. There is that. But this is the rigmarole I have to go through every time. Some people are much smarter than me and are able to do much better things. Like Paul from the Surge Synth thing knows how to make GitHub and stuff like that build all the plugins for him. Although I would say even then, stuff goes wrong on him that he has to fix, and he has to be able to figure out and fix the things that go wrong. That's where it loses me, and that things go wrong for me and I can't fix anything. But for him, he's able to fix the stuff when it all goes terribly wrong. So what we're going to do is go through all of these things and change all of these plugins. And you're not able to see any of that, so let's just go to main cam, or indeed this. And you can hear me talk about it while I do this stuff, because showing you all of these things could either have me leaving a bunch of stuff completely off screen, or showing you the Monday morning plugin that comes out. If anybody was scanning all of the scroll back, and by scroll back I mean rewinding the YouTube video and being able to spot it as it goes by as I scroll past stuff, please don't post it. I don't have the attention span right now to run into chat and block anything. So let's see. First with the Linux VST, output stage proc. Greetings, Jan Marco. Output stage B times 10 becomes just B. And one of the things that I do like about this, here, I'll go back to the display overlay just for this. Like, if I am able to do this stuff, and I open this in BB Edit or whatever, I got a big screen, and I can make this adjustment here, and then to scroll over here and make this one, and more stuff fits on my screen without squinting or having it be difficult. I like that, so we're going to save that, and we're going to get away from that again. And the next time I do a get add, get change, get commit, all of that stuff that you do using get, which I barely know how to use, but I can make it work even on the command line, and it does what I tell it. It will update with the newly changed file, and it will update all of these things where I had them over to, actually, you know something? If I do this right, yeah, I could do this in such a way where, yeah. Okay, so changing plan. It looks kind of like I can actually do this without screwing up any of my surprises, because when I set it up like this, I've got it set up in inverse order of name. And so when I open up Mac AU, this is the bit that I needed to do. Anything elsewhere in the alphabetical order that I don't want you to see is not actually going to show up. So cool. So I'm going to not open these things in Xcode until I need to. I'm going to open them in BB Edit, which sometimes opens it in weird places, but that's fine. I don't have to do this over and over and over and over again, but I'm going to have to do this about 7 times. Let's see how many times. I'm absolutely not going to try to remember how many times I'm doing this. That's the only change to fix the problem. Closed with that. Now that version of Mac AU Z output stage is fixed. Mac signed AU. I'm going to do this also here, but then I will have to open Xcode in order to do this. But I'm not going to change this in Xcode. I'm going to change this in BB Edit. And it's opening it like literally all the way off the screen. So here we are. If this looks the same, it's because it is, but notice how we've got audio component entry, AU base factory. There's a whole pile of stuff that I've got to change every time I take the original version of the AU and make it build as a signed project. Same with the VST. But with the AU, I actually have to change the code here in multiple ways as well. I've already done that. So this one says audio component entry. And if I scroll here and then fix this part with this, which shouldn't be there, with one delete, bip, Some people would be like, analyze everywhere where it says Z output stage in something, no matter what folder it's in, and when it says outpad equals param2 times 10, IR amount A equals 00069, change that. Some people would do that. I'm not doing it. I'm not that good. Z output stage, backsign AU, over to backsign VST. This is another one of those ones where we got to do it twice because we have the floating point version and the double precision version. And it continues to open it all the way over on the edge of the screen where you can't see it, so here we are. And same deal, but like I said, this is this big enough screen that I can see all of it, and I find that very helpful. And 2 hits of the delete key. 2 because I selected it wrong. Boop, there we go. And 1 hit of the delete key because the reason I'm talking this through is because I'm very capable of also selecting the B and then having it like literally not work. And you'll notice that I'm not building any of these as I go, and that's because we've already got this stuff built except for the signed versions. Everything except for the Mac signed versions are already built, so I'm just making the code correspond to what I was using when I was building the actual ones. Like, we built this with separate copies of this stuff sitting around. And so I just need to make the GitHub code base match what I used. And Mac VST, same deal. Let's open this up. It's going to be way off the screen, so we drag it over. Same deal with must select the 10 and the times sign, but not the B or the... Because if I mistakenly do that, somebody else's build gets broken. And I didn't notice because I didn't build from this code. So it's another one of those dumb things where you gotta be impossibly perfect and never make a single mistake. Much like the mistake that I'm actually fixing right now. Sometimes the world around you demands more than this human being can actually produce. When VST, guess what? We dragged this over from somewhere. I bet you this is going to be correct. Let's have a look just to be sure. And outpad equals B. Sure enough, this is the file that I did in Windows Virtual Machine. So this one's fine. Don't need to edit this one. Having said that, I mentioned how I would need to rebuild these things. And here's what that looks like. We're launching Xcode. I promise when we're all done with this and after we've had a look, I'm not promising I'm going to be able to fix PowerSag 2. I'm willing to look at it though. Having said that, we've just changed the code, meaning that we can do 2 things here. One of them is, you can't see it because it's off screen, but product clean build folder. Then we have a look over here using Christopher Johnson developer ID application. We've cleaned. What clean build section means is build this again from source, please. I've just changed the source. Don't use built objects from previous source that might be hanging around. And that's what I'm hoping is going to happen. I guess we'll find out, right? If this goes terribly wrong, we're going to do archive. We're going to do build configuration release. I have checked to see that it says any Mac, Apple, Silicon, Intel, because it can reset itself to say only your Mac, in which case I'm suddenly not building for any of the Intel machines. And I try to avoid doing that. It's one of those things, the infinite succession of things where if I do it wrong, somebody gets hosed and is sad and angry at me. And I try to avoid those situations wherever possible. Build succeeded, distribute content. We're going to do build products, and it's under this category signed Mac. We're going to export that. And now we have our built version. And then Mac signed VST is the remaining one that I must do. Similar situation, but aha. Drag this in there a little bit and see this? We just changed the code in here. I can double check. Let's double check about whether I've changed the code in here. I'll open that with BBEdit so I don't confuse Xcode. Sure enough, it looks fine. There's so much to all of this stuff that I so frequently lose track. It's really hard for me to keep track of all of it. I don't know whether that's a disability thing or just a normal human being thing or what, but it's super hard for me to keep track of all this stuff. So what we're going to do is go to targets. This is still set up the way it's supposed to, but notice how this has changed. Z output stage, my Mac. If I build this in this condition, anybody with an Intel machine that needs the signed version won't be able to use it, and they won't know why. I have to change this. This is the way that I built it last time, and it sort of put itself back without asking. I don't know why it put itself back without asking, but I've learned that that is something that Xcode does to me. And we also want to remember to clean the build folder again. Clean succeeded. And that's again because I want it to rebuild from source. If it has any of the code pre-built that has it multiplying the volume by 10, where it's not supposed to, I don't want it to use that stuff. I want it to clean it and then use the code that I've just fixed. And so I'm doing clean build folder. Then we've set it to any Mac. This stuff is correct. We're going to do that archive, product archive. Same as we just did with the other one. And we're going to do distribute content, built products in signed Mac, and bada bing, we should have all of our code built just in time to put more firewood in the fire. Because Lord knows we can't just do work. We have to keep track of a bunch of other things that are simultaneously happening. It's like a video game. It really is kind of like a survival horror video game or whatever. It's like, block the part where the giant monster jumps out at you from Freddy Fazbear's whatever, while simultaneously also doing your work and adjusting this particular thing while filling out reports. It makes for a good survival horror video game, or indeed many video games use conditions like that. But there's also a real big dose of real life into some of those things. So where have we got? We're not at the point of doing PowerSag 2 yet, and I'll tell you why. Because we need to move OBS out of the way. Fire up. Or no, wait, we don't need to do that yet. We don't need to do this at all. Open the folder that says Sign Mac. And we need to drag the resulting plugins from this into another little folder just for themselves. If I'm in Final Cut Pro and I click in the wrong, oh, it is exactly like Don't Starve. In fact, that's my goal. The purpose of me doing this work is so that I can do good enough work for people that I don't starve. So there's that, and it's the winter cycle of Don't Starve because it's super cold out there. I got to keep the fire going. If I'm in Final Cut and I've clicked in the wrong place and then I start typing something, the interface can go completely berserk and crazy and do all kinds of wild things because it has so many keyboard shortcuts. And if you expect that you're typing into a text box and saying something like Z output stage, which you can't see here, but like there, Z output stage, you click on it, you start typing the thing, you look up, and your entire project is borked because you hit a bunch of weird shortcuts for whatever. So that's why sometimes it's like, yay, I have successfully typed Z output stage with the correct capitalization without misspelling it on a folder, which now needs to be used to do things with. And then it switched away from that because that's the way that rolls. It won't let me just have that. Instead, it will force me to walk down this chain of opening things, and I will be able to drag that to the desktop. And then I'm pretty sure this other one is going to be the VST. And we'll be able to drag this to the desktop. Now I don't need these. More shortcuts. This Command Delete means I can make the folders go away. And those go into this folder because this folder gets dragged to this thing, which is drop.dmg. And it's making me a disk image file. Away it goes. And it successfully created that. So now I don't need this here. And now I drag this over to another thing, which is SD Notary. And we'll keep some of this slightly more hidden because this is actually showing a developer ID, which I'm not sure if I am thrilled at the idea of having that be streamed. I don't think that is a password, but it still seems kind of private. May or may not be. Maybe it's not private at all. It's an identification number that Apple uses for me. Oh, look, I still have a tiny little, oh, stapling successful. The file, the output stage, DMG, is ready for distribution. That is a code signing thing that Apple does. What that means is that now this one here, but not the one in this folder, is redistributable. And people using Macs can download this off the internet anywhere and just run it. And it's been checked by Apple to not have any issues, problems, viruses, etc. It has been code signed. And so we don't have to go through an additional rigmarole to use it. It's Apple's way of trying to not be plagued by malware. And so it said, we've got Z output stage, and I should also have, I don't know where that went. Oh no, I know where it went. Signed Mac now has this. And I don't need any of this, so I can just make it go away. Now my Signed Mac folder is empty. And now I have every revised version. So the next stage, I gotta move some of my interface elements around a little bit again. The next stage is stuff that you won't be able to directly see unless I moved a bunch of stuff around, but I have all of these instances of, I've got Linux VSTs, Linux ARM VSTs, Retro Mac AUs, Retro Mac VSTs, Retro Window VST32, Signed Mac AUs, Signed Mac VSTs, WinVST64s. All of those are my collections. I now have to drag over copies of every single thing here to exactly the right folder without getting a single thing wrong. And then combine those all into downloadables. And then go and get the signed ones signed again, even though they were already signed. And once I've done that, I can upload all of the stuff to the internet and you'll be able to download the fix. I honestly did not bargain on spending the entire day doing this, but sometimes this is my work, and we did have some fun looking at pretty flashing lights and things, so there's that. I'll play the guitar for you a little bit after I'm done with this too. Or I'll go and look at PowerSag 2, and then I'll play the guitar for you. And then maybe we could play some Minecraft if there's any time left. Otherwise, I'll have spent 8 hours a day cranking away at my day job. Go figure. So let's see. We're going to drag from here. Oh, we haven't moved the stuff to retro yet. Sometimes I like to do that. The one with the VST extension is a Mac plugin. 32 is also retro, so that goes in the retro folder, and this is what I distribute. I distribute this so that if you're going for Pi, you can find the Pi in here. If you're going for retro, these are the old Mac things and the old Windows thing. And if you're not going for any of those things, you've got a disk image, which is the modern Mac stuff, and you've got a Linux build, and you've got the 64-bit Windows build, which is the most, the Mac and the 64-bit Windows are the most popular ones. And so now we have to copy each one of these individually into the relevant folders, which will all be a, do you want to replace this with the thing that you're dragging? So let's get started. I hold Option down to copy things rather than just moving them. And we're starting with the Linux VST. Replace. I'll drag that over so you can see it, but then I'll probably put it back. Linux ARM, hold down Option, replace, and this is the thing I'm being shown. An older item already exists. Do you want to replace it with the new one you're moving? I have to do that every single time too, because it's not a Linux machine, so we're not doing this all by a shell. RetroMac AU, which one's that? RetroMac AU is the component file that's not in the DMG. RetroMac VSTs, it's the VST that is not in the DMG, that is in the retro folder. RetroWin32 also lives in the retro folder, so those three kind of go together. Then we can skip ahead to the Win64 because that also needs to be dragged over. And the next thing we do is open up this disk image. And that gives us the signed component in the signed VST. Don't have to worry about option dragging these guys because that's in a disk image, so it thinks it's being copied to another disk. Signed AUs, signed VSTs, and then we drag this pretend disk to the trash and it unmounts it. That being how Macs do these things. We are finished dragging everything over from this to the extent where we can go compress and then get rid of this with the possible exception of, hang on, we never actually copied these over to this machine, so the versions of the component, the signed component and the signed VST that are living on this machine are still the 10 times too loud version. Dang it. Well, nothing to it but to do it. Let's first open this up again, only to immediately delete it again. Open that up, and then open that up, and then replace that. Hi. It's not going to show the password, but I'm still dragging it off screen. Thank you very much. And then the VST is nowhere near as fussy as that, and you can just drag it, and it doesn't ask you for security. When you're dragging new components in, it does ask you for security. And now my versions of it are updated as well. Command delete to make that go away. And we've copied all the things over to the, I'll show you the new files. One of the things I also have is what.txt and Airwindows.txt, which also have to go into all of these little things, but those don't actually have to change for this update because they already have an entry for the output stage in what turns out to be 9 different places that has to be copied over to 9 different places. And in this case, I don't need to copy it over to 9 different places because it wouldn't be changing anything. The text that I've included won't actually be any different. So basically all I have to do is rebuild all of those things. And so we're going to do compress Linux VSTs, compress Linux ARM VSTs. All these are making zip files up to a certain point. You can't see any of it because it's off screen. Compressing retro AUs, compressing retro Mac VSTs, compressing retro Win VSTs. We're also going to compress Sign Mac VSTs, and it's gone. And then the 64s, is it going to appear where? Yeah, it is. Boom, there it is. And we're dragging Sign Mac AUs over to drop DMGs again. Then what we're going to do is we're going to drag the compressed Sign Mac VSTs, and the reason for that is because at the moment, or the last time I checked, if I tried to use drop DMG to compress the Signed Mac VSTs folder directly, it has a problem and won't do it. In fact, maybe I can even demonstrate that. Like we just made this, and I need to make it be signed. We don't need this disk image there. Let's empty the trash while I'm at it. But we have like this folder, Signed Mac VSTs. Previously on this channel, if I dropped it directly on drop DMGs, I would have a problem. It would create a bug. Something about it is making it unhappy. And it fixed itself. Okay. Far be it from me. Far be it from me to complain. I spent months having to compress a version of this. I had to make this. And I had to drag that to it because if I just dragged the folder itself, which I would think would be what you're supposed to do, it would have an error. It would make a problem. And all of a sudden it is for no reason not giving me that problem. Okay. No explanation. It used to not work. Now it does for no reason. It is just as capable of used to work and now doesn't for no reason. But I'll take this one. We'll take this one. And we are going to be working with these too. This is kind of what we're creating. Those are all ready to go. In fact, if anybody wants to instantly grab Z output stage from here, I could set you up. But for now, we're going to pretend that we're going to take one more step. These disk images aren't signed, but they can be in SD Notary. So what we do is we do SD Notary, and it sends this entire package over to Apple. And Apple scans it and figures out what it's doing with it. And Apple will send me back a altered one where a code signature has been installed in it, meaning that regular Mac users can just grab this and use it. Weirdly enough, Apple has a particular intention. They want me to do a certain way of it. And by that I mean a guy that is deeply involved in the code signing world in Apple and will help people out with code signing problems, of which there are many. A lot of people have trouble with that stuff. He feels that you should be doing all of this stuff with the command line tools. The program I'm using, which is SD Notary 2, is a program that somebody did that runs those terminal commands, those shell script commands for you. And it lets you use checkboxes and things to manage all the detail around what the shell script stuff would do. The guy at Apple, who is largely in charge of all of this, really wants you to be using the terminal instead of this. So, sorry. I guess I'm using this instead of the terminal. Today, at least. But yeah, like I'm only up to speed with the terminal and so many things. This is a fine time for me to, however, get that laptop out again. Even if I'm able to find the problem with power sag, I'm not walking through all of this again for power sag today. I'll do it off stream. I got to do some other things other than this nonsense on stream. Otherwise, it'll just be impossibly dull. But one thing we're going to do is get those cables out so that I can show this screen when it's time to show it. Seeing as we're still waiting on a result from Apple and all. Actually, let's get everything ready so that we'll be ready when it's time to go. And it looks like I have yet to put my Sunset Fuji Mountain desktop onto the laptop. Speaking of which, while we wait, once we get Coding Stream ready, there it is. Coding Stream is ready to go when we're ready for it. Back over to awaiting result from Apple. And I'm going to get the laptop ready for when it's time. It's if we can find it on the AU, we can find it everywhere else. Let's see. PowerSec 2. PowerSec 2. We're going to get ready to jump into here and figure out what we're doing. Hey, stapling successful. This one's ready to go. You might see it disappeared. That's because it was placed in this little folder, kind of like what we did with the output stage. And then we are taking the VSTs and doing the same thing. Yeah, so we're probably going to also reproduce the result with PowerSec 2, but that's fine. You'll be able to tell me what that is, Igor. And yeah, this is a series. It's a succession of finding ways to continue after bits of stuff. You've seen the size of my library. So when stuff gets by me, there's a couple of instances where some noise-related thing ended up getting screwed up in a adjustment, and there's still bits of code out there where the thing used to work and stopped working when I did a change to attend to Linux users for whom using a rand function was blocking their processing threads. And sometimes those things generated problems that I didn't catch. So this is how this works, is let me know if, say, PowerSeg 2 is misbehaving. I can scroll up and see what you said about it as well. And then if we can find it, we can go through and repair whatever went wrong, assuming it, especially if it doesn't change behavior. If it radically changes the sound other than just failing to break, then sometimes I need to do a different thing with it. But if it is simply a bug fix that's fixing a problem that happens and doesn't otherwise change the sound or the workings of the controls, those are the times when I will just quietly update it and maybe mention in passing while doing something else, oh, by the way, if you have this, then re-download it because it's been a problem has been fixed with it. And I'll just persist with that kind of stuff until all of the things are fixed perfectly forever, right? Or not. We'll see. As we continue to await results from Apple. And really, aren't we all just awaiting results from Apple? No, obviously not, because we have a bunch of Windows users and Linux users and things. But sometimes, as a Mac user, I am always awaiting results from Apple. Getting them sometimes, too, to be honest. Sometimes I get them. Not so much with the M3s, as I'm given to understand. I'm given to understand like M2s and M3s, not that big of a jump away from what they were able to do with some of the fancy pants, super uber ultra M1 designs. And we have succeeded in finishing with this. So our next thing, because we still have a next thing, is grab these out of here, make these go away, and all this stuff now needs to be replaced from where they originally exist. We're going to do another slightly embarrassing thing, which is I'm running CyberDuck, and I have not paid for it yet. They, much like Reaper, they let you use it forever, so this is one of the ones that has earned my faith, and I honestly should be paying for it, and I simply haven't yet. And we're going to go into WP Content Uploads and do a couple of different things. One of them is grab this, don't have to include Airwindopedia this time, and all of these now replace what was there. And now we've successfully done all of that. We're going to find where we did the output stage, which is our most recent update, I think. And it sits here. And we got to go and rename this. Z output stage original. That's now unattached. Anybody going to the original post will not be able to download it because it's under a different name. But they'll be able to download this. And now I have to go and edit the WordPress post. And we're also going to put that there, and this is now going to shame me by saying, hi, you haven't given me anything. I'll give it to them later, I promise. And now we bounce over to here because we have to go to a couple of places. One of them's MediaFire. Oh God. So here's where things hopefully don't get too messy. Main cam. What am I even doing? Yeah, I'm very confused. You've been hanging with me through this entire morning, right? I now have to remember the last stages of the things that I have to do to finish this update. I have to remember what I must do. And failing like drinking 5 more espressos, my brain's beginning to short out and I'm losing the ability to do it. That said, that's not an option. Like this is, if you run across somebody who is in severe burnout, they're likely to have this attitude that I'm showing you right now, which is, I can't do this, my brain is fried, I have no option and I must do it anyhow. And that's kind of where I'm at. I have to do the things. The thing that just threw me was I have to go and open one of my files where all of my passwords live and try not to live stream it. Try not to live stream all my passwords so that I can log in to MediaFire on a different window that is not showing on screen. But I have to make sure that I'm not logging into MediaFire using an open password that is on screen. Meaning that I have to also look up my password for MediaFire, but not say it out loud. If you count really well, you can count how many keystrokes it is, but that's probably not going to help you well enough that you could actually log into my stuff. Because I have to upload these things also to MediaFire. So we'll do my level best to do those things. And And while not saying out loud the various related things to this particular update, I don't need to update Airwindopedia, but I do need to drag all of these things, which I'm now doing. And MediaFire is asking me if I want to replace. And once this is finished uploading, just so you know, you will be able to download your update for Z output stage, like literally as soon as I finish doing this upload. No matter where you got it, you'll be able to get the new version. That said, I'm not quite done. And not just because I need to look into PowerSag. I'm not quite done because I also need to update the post on my website, which may involve looking up the password for my website, which I also don't want to live stream. So there you go. Some days this is just the job. And the end result will be being able to deliver people a fixed thing rapidly. And by rapidly, I mean, well, it's Thursday, but I only heard about it this morning. So that's still kind of rapidly. We have successfully uploaded all the MediaFire. So anybody out there, you can now download it. But now I have to update the website, which I will do. Let's see whether I'm still logged in or whether I have to literally log in again. No, it looks like I'm logged in. Go to dashboard. I see some comments on the dashboard, and I see updates that need to be done, so we'll run that. They are SSL related updates. I have two different versions of really simple SSL, the regular and the Pro, that are both installed. Everything seems to work, so I don't know what to do about it, and I'm kind of scared of what to do about it. As for comments, somebody has told me that I'm a success if the saying, that man is a success who makes his corner of the world a little bit better, he says that applies to me. Cool, I hope so. Somebody on the console 8 is saying that they are still using console 7 because they don't know how to send a subgroup to a reverb. Okay, by all means, you don't have to be using console 8. Somebody has a complaint about a behavior in capacitor 2. Capacitor 2 uses interleaved processing, so there's probably not going to be anything that's part of the algorithm. That's going to be something that's part of the algorithm. I should probably answer them. Why don't I answer them? I'm saying the algorithm uses interleaved processing. It's why it sounds different from regular filters. So mind how you use it, and if it's working, then good. But if it's not working, then use something else. And that's a reply. I don't reply on the website that much because I'm more interested in replying on YouTube, because interaction on YouTube directly helps, and interaction on my website not necessarily. And that's about all for the comments that came in. And I'm going to go over to posts and editing on the output stage. So we're going to copy the HTTP from this and add it as an additional, oh God, now what? I hit keys and something unexpected happened and the screen jumped around and I don't know what I did, and I'm hoping I just didn't do something bad. Good morning, hello. Oh, maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. My brain fries out sometimes when stuff like that happens. So many different programs, so many different things to remember, so many things about, and it's like something unexpected happens and you go, gah. And what do I have to say about that? Like, I've had to update this because it wasn't meant to be 10 times as loud as it should normally be, and so this is the original, or something to that effect. I can't talk while typing. So what I had to say about that was, I've had to update this in places. The output gain was way too loud, so if you need to replicate the original release of it, you can get the original files at, and then it's a URL, and I have to also remember to update the URL rather than just the label. So let's do that. If I failed to do that, then it wouldn't give people the correct link. And if they needed to do it, they wouldn't be able to, and then they would come back to me asking for help. Because I would have told them to do something and it would be wrong and broken and not work. So let's see. I believe I can get rid of these downloads now, though. And okay, we're gonna get to PowerSeg 2. We're gonna get to PowerSeg 2. Because remember, I'm not even quite done after having changed those things and then added the thing where it says that here's where the original is. I do have to update this post, but now I have to go to a bunch of downloads. And by downloads, I mean forum posts. Sorry. So we're going to copy that bit of it and then over to the forum posts. And assuming that I'm loaded into all of these things, we can go back to display overlay again. I mean, if I'm logged in, then it's not going to be that tricky. Here we go. Here's the one. See if anybody's making fun of me or being really mad and upset. Oh, here's the person who is mad at me for not doing VST3s. See, they said, like, why are you so ignorant when it comes to VST3? Because I'm ignorant, I guess. And my answer was, I don't like what Steinberg has done with their licensing, which is literally true. That's literally the problem. So the further anger and reactions, here's the fellow who found the problem that I worked on today. I ran across this, let's see. But you can't see how many hours ago because Gearspace's advertising overlaps their readable area. So we can't do anything about that. And want that quick fee? Yes, please. So I'll quote this post to answer. Somebody looking for alternative DAW. Sorry, but your attitude is really amateurish, childish even. Okay. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, man. Steinberg are the one that say that VST2 versions should be removed, and there was a time when their licensing for VST3 demanded that you remove VST2, which I'm not willing to do, and so I don't trust them. And then there's people getting, oh, they used to. I could respond to this as well, but I'm not going to. I could respond to this, where they are saying, in null and void some of the existing rights you have as a historically registered VS2 developer. My understanding is that's not true anymore, but it used to be. There was a time when this was true, when this happened, and I wasn't willing to make that trade-off. And because they did that, I can't trust them to not do that in some future contract. And the way these things work, when companies like this, like Apple is constantly updating your contract as well. Apple hasn't done anything like this to me yet. If they did, that would be a problem, and I would have to react in a similar way. But they can do things where, you sign off on the VST3. They let you keep VST2 if you're grandfathered in, which I am. And then for a while there, the VST3 license is fine. And then all of a sudden they have another version of it, and it takes away your legal ability to do it. So they can sue you if you continue to do VST2s, because they want to make those go away, so that they can sell people new versions of the, all of that nonsense. And they can change the license at their own will, and under the kinds of circumstances where it's like, by continuing to use this stuff, you agree to these terms, and since I haven't signed off on their stuff, they have no option for that. But yeah, here's where that stuff goes on, and it's a problem. And if people insist that the only professional answer is to release VST3 versions, well, I'm working on releasing CLAP versions. And that could happen, but you've seen the way that I'm dealing with the workload that I've got even now. So doing a distinct CLAP version on top of the AU and VSTs for each platform that I support might be challenging. And I have to do that in conjunction with Bacon Paul, who from the Surge Synthesizer, who understands all this stuff much better. Another possibility is to find a way to pump all of this stuff through a sort of system and release it all under GPL. And I believe you can put out VST3 under GPL even if you haven't signed off. I could multi-license. So that's another possibility. But in the face of that, I'm not sabotaging all of the stuff that I've built for the purpose of this one guy thinking that I'm a professional because I'm releasing the version he wants. Maybe I'm just never going to do a VST3. If this is how VST3 people behave, then, show me where I wrote that VST2 versions should be removed. It ain't up to you. It's up to Steinberg. If I sign off on a contract that they can change so that VST2 version should be removed, all of my stuff that I've done to support the historical systems goes up in smoke. Everything that I've done for anything other than macOS goes up in smoke, because that all rides in VST2. So, and there's a bunch of older platforms where they aren't capable of the VST3, or it's an old DAW of some kind. And you can do VST2s for them, but they don't, or VST3 has had some reliability issues that weren't the case for VST2, even though VST2 is probably jankier. But the separation of audio code from interface code in VST3 has its own problems, I'm given to understand. So, bleh. Yeah, yucky. And this advice is not good. Start a new, quote, company, Airwindows, which releases other things under this is just a trick. This is a one weird trick, no way of doing it. It would literally be the same author, so it's trying to work around contractual agreements by cheating. And all of this is a cost time overhead to consider, even if it was a matter of like, I'll just do VST3s now. That increases the workload even more, and you've seen how long it took me to just do the simplest imaginable update. By which I mean I need to continue with this because we're not quite done yet. Yes, please. And yep, that's exactly what you're going to get, because 0.1 is going to be 1 going forward. So let's go through and do all of the updates to the point that we can. Yes, please. I'll do the Princess Bride as you wish. Cooge turns into an icon on Gearspace. One of the things that I like doing is if I do smileys and things on these forums, I like to use custom ones that apply to the forums. In Gearspace, that's Cooge, and it's the little sunglasses grinning guy. On the Dogs and Acid forum, I do teeth, which is like a bad teeth grin, which is very, very drum and bass. And I kind of relate to it. I feel that way most of the time. But what we're going to do is change this to forum style. This being yet another thing that you have to remember and get right every single time. That said, that's all it is, really. This is not that hard. It might not actually be 504K. I'm kind of leaving that from what it was, but it's not a big change. URL. This is me trying to remember what BB code is. More of the smileys. And then we take original out of both of these places, and it will connect to the updated version. All of the packaged ones now contain the new one, so that's fine. And typically when I have the one that you're meant to download, I also add B for bold and /B for unbold. It's the tag and then closing of the tag. And so we're going to write new things, but here's what I'm going to be copying to other forums. Copy. And we're going to make new posts in all the forums that I post to. And we're submitting that. Hopefully it will, yep. And there we are. And if I download that, it should give me a new zip archive. And that's the one that I just made. So it's alive. It's alive. And there's our gear sluts. There's our response. It took more hours than it would normally take for me to burn through all of this kind of stuff. But then burning through all this is what got me in this mess in the first place. The reason I got in this jam in the first place is because I was thinking about working on the ISO cab and putting the condenser mic in it. And I had the Christmas present that you still mostly don't know about unless you have very, very sharp eyes. And whatever I'm doing going into January. And that one mistake slipped through and got into every single build. And it's because I was burning through stuff. So sometimes I can't really burn through stuff. Sometimes it's like, I've done this thing and now I need to make another post. Okay, let's spend 30 seconds to get my head together. And sometimes that's how that rolls. So over to the Dogs on Acid forum. In this one, I can click on notifications. Somebody says, let me know when you've updated it so I can respond to that. Post. And I'll keep the as you wish. Good. And same deal. See, it's kind of like cheating because I am in fact copying, pasting, but there is that air of originality because we got folks with these funny little Dogs on Acid style emoticons, and there's me with a couple of them, and there's me with the update. So I have now, let us know when you've updated it. There you go. There you go. So there's that. It's like I can be very grumpy with myself when I'm faced with something like, oh, look, here is KVR. KVR is ruthless, man. It's terrifying. They're so mean. They are very, very rough. And they have no patience with my failings. So KVR, I can be guaranteed to get an extremely tough response. But sometimes they spot problems that need to be fixed that other places haven't spotted. This time it was Gearspace that spotted this problem. But it would be very KVR for KVR to be like, what's up with the output level, dude? You're a complete bozo. Go away. Never code plugins again. But they would be telling me that that problem existed. I'm going to be kind of curt with them. I'm kind of restating what was already there. I might as well kind of not try to be treated too seriously. Instead, it's like, I got an update because there's a mistake. Maybe use this one instead, because they're not going to treat me nicely no matter how well I perform. So I might as well just play into it, right? Got an update because there was a mistake. Maybe use this one instead. And this replaces all of these links are now updated. This is now updated. If somebody downloads from the initial thing, they will get the update. So there's that. And then here is the link to the original one in case anybody did stuff and then needs to get the old one back. And that's as much as I need to do for Gearspace. Over to PRW. So this is kind of special. Oh, this person might have spotted the problem too. Oh, no, they're actually just enjoying it. This is the forum where Terry Manning runs the show. This is a forum of typically older, real deal sound engineers with like actual credits and platinum albums and stuff out. There's several of them that are responsible for platinum albums on the engineering side. So we need to edit this and not have it say Cooj because that's a Gearspace thing. So this is giving me a just show you what you'll get rather than showing me the code. So we're not even going to do code for this one. I'm not going to downplay or beat myself up in this place because they like me here in a way that they don't in KVR. KVR is really rough, but some of the old school folks really like me because I mean well, and my ear is not so far off from what theirs is. It's just a question of being able to deliver on that. And that will do for that. I'm glad that somebody liked it. Say it Nova, Shay AJ Comfort is the fellow who liked it. But yeah, this is a very intense forum. It's not intense in that it's mean, but it's intense that it can make you feel really small because you're talking to like, oh, hey, you're the guy who played bass on and mixed She's So Unusual by Cyndi Lauper and are still performing with that artist. I'm just me over here, you know. That very guy actually once showed me that I was using my Rickenbacker bass wrong. He was like, don't use round wounds, you're an idiot. And here's why. And he made a little video of himself using his own Rickenbacker bass, which had flat winds on it, and playing some stuff from Beatles and having it sound absolutely wonderful. I'm still not using flat wounds, even though he made a very strong argument there, because I enjoy the nasty rattle too much. But this is a forum where you can feel real small. But then one of the interesting things about all of that is that even in a situation like that, oh, and I do have a VCV Rack update to do as well, which means I also need to update a couple of other things too. So one thing at a time. There was the Facebook post. I need to also jump on the Facebook post. Here's somebody making a random post on stuff and how to have these things go in this way. He has an interesting point. He's saying, I'm using things in my insert effect in my vocal chain, going for analog sounding. What I'm doing with the console, MC and so on, is to have slew clipping type stuff on the output bus, because you can't use raw digital output off of a detailed and perceived highs thing. Like all of your analog productions will always have that ability to round off the unhearable crazy transient peaks. Well, let me, before talking about that, quickly to be updating this now. That's a simple explanation, which is all you really need to give to Facebook. And we'll put that there. And that's actually really dumb and not working, but if they can make that work, then, oh, no, it was able to figure it out. But it's not able to figure out your BB code. So if it can do that, let's just strip out all the BB code. If I was really good, I would remember that it didn't do BB code and just do this directly. And I still don't know whether it will let people download zips from links on Facebook or whether they will interfere with that, but it's possible to get where you need to go. Let's check. I've already downloaded a copy of this. Let's download a copy of the original if I can. Signs point to yes. Okay. Alrighty, so now I can delete those, not needing them at the moment. And the next thing we're going to do after closing that and putting this window back and being able to see chat, even though chat's gone a little quiet, I need to update my Git repository and then retrigger the VCV Rack version. And I need to do that pronto because with that one, I don't really have an ability to give people a, here's what you can do if you don't want to have the fix. I don't have an ability to do that with the VCV Rack. It's only going to be able to take the fixed one. So what we're going to do is firstly do my thing of going to the right folder. We're going to do a git command in here, which is going to ask me for a password that's off the screen, so that won't matter. It says already up to date. I do git add a. That makes it check for new files. I have all these updates for the Z output stage. So we're going to call this commit -m. Excuse me. Sick as a damn dog. Get commit m Z output stage bug fix. This time it says 10 files changed, 12 insertions, 12 deletions. That sounds about right. It needs to change those things. Having changed those things, I now have to do git push, which will ask me to do that passphrase again. It has done it. It has set up the new thing, and that has successfully updated Git. So I can quit terminal now. And then we're going to open up a new tab. I'll be able to see chat in a moment, just a second. Recurve has showed up in a couple of things. So here we are in Airwindows Get. I have a new picture, which is a newer picture of me, but it's not very good. In plugins, and we'll look, everything is updated to Z output stage bug fix. And we're going to look at the code and see if it is updated, which it should be. And it says pad, so our code is up to speed. Next thing we are going to do is, let's see, update that rack version. And that involves me going to a page called Bacon Paul Airwin to Rack. I have a thing to push. It says update and then run workflow. And this is the part that I have to do here on somebody else's page. And I've pushed the button, meaning that it's going to run. And here it says update. And we've got this brown dot. It's sort of scrolling through. It's doing its thing, and when it finishes doing its thing, which shouldn't be too much long from now, I will have updated the downloadable daily for the, and hopefully I've done this before he builds another final release, because I won't want to have this bug sitting in a final release. That, my friends, is the update to Z output stage. I believe that's every single thing. I think that's every single thing. So in the spirit of that, let's go and make another cup of coffee, shall we? We'll make another cup of coffee and then jump into PowerSeg 2. This is also probably the last cup of coffee I can make for today without it being too many. I'll be right back, and I see that talking about Recurve, I have been using it. Yes, I've been using it on things. I've been using it on the reverb plugins. Like it shows up on the K-Plate plugins and stuff like that. Oh, and gotta log on the fire. Because Lord knows I have to remember and keep track of all of these things at once. And one of them is, on a day that is stupid, ridiculously cold, I have to keep the fire going. It is just like Don't Starve, I tell you. Life can be just like Don't Starve. But you're rendered less attractive. And that'll get going. I'm going to go and grab another cup of coffee, and I'll be back. By the time I make my tacos for dinner tonight, I'll have earned them. And I forgot to shoot the water in there, so. Oh, my back is starting to seize up. There we go. Alright, so we did get the fire going again. My back is starting to seize up, but I'm sure it will chill out eventually. Like, it'll get better. One thing at a time. Sometimes you just power through the tough days. Anything getting powered through today is something I don't have to worry about tomorrow if I've done it properly. That's why sometimes it's worth it just to get through the tough stuff and finish with it. And again, like as promised, we are going to bounce over to having a look at PowerSeg. I can't promise that that will work, but I'm willing to look at it and try to figure out what happened. And we're probably going to fire up the guitar amp, and I'll show you what I did. And we're going to find a little time for Minecraft, even if it's like right at the end. And there you go. To think the first time I started streaming, it was all Minecraft all the time. Imagine that. People are eventually going to learn the sounds of this. There are distinct sounds that always happen. Alrighty. Only about halfway through. We're back. Man, I'm really looking forward to playing with some of this stuff. Like when I can. You realize that in all of my regular days when I'm not streaming also are all basically like this. It's often just a pile of thing after thing after thing. But look at what we got. We got some lovely espresso. And we're going to jump straight into having a look at PowerSag 2. Why is it doing what Igor says it's doing? And more relevantly, is that something I can fix? Because there's things sometimes, and if I'm remembering correctly as to how this works, I'm not sure if this is a fix thing or if this is just how it works thing. Let's look. Let's have a look. So here's what we've got. We've got me going way off camera for one, but whatever. power sag works like this. Depth and depth range. Do we have a? Is this should this be called range? Range is 1. See, range is the first control. So range becomes depth. So this is the one that you're moving suddenly where volume suddenly drops. In fast twitch, it doesn't behave in fast twitch moves. There might be a good reason for that. Let's see. Wet, that's not going to be a problem. So what's happening in this plugin? We will highlight everything that is here. There's the part that actually does the work. What's happening? Firstly, we're moving G count. G count is counting down and it's doing a delay buffer. And it's a smart delay buffer. It's one of those delay buffers which is keeping track of, maybe it might not be this might not be coded right. There might be a subtle bug, but I don't think it will be a harmful bug. It's the kind of bug where it might possibly cause a tiny tick in the output sometimes. But we'll ignore that for the moment because what's going on here is DG count equals fab input sample, so it is doing a absolute value of input. And then control is something that's modulating based on DG count. DG count is offset. Depth is 0 to 1, right? It says at the top here. Mind you, I should check, but I'm pretty sure, yep, depth is 0 to 1. Wet is going to be -1 to 1, but that's a separate thing. So it's not using depth directly. It is only using depth to set offset, and then it's using offset and ignoring depth completely, I think. Looks to me a little bit like it's ignoring depth completely. Yes. So we're not actually, the thing that's being set, I could just as easily call it int offset equals int power get param 1 to the power of 4 times 16383 plus 1, and that would work fine. So here's the deal. We are collecting a collection of waveforms which are only the rectified version of the audio signal. And then control is, it's getting that added, but then it's subtracting the one from X number of samples behind. And it is tracking that, and it is using this bit here. No, give me. It's using this bit here to make sure it doesn't scroll right off the end of the thing. But really what it is plus DG count, which is scrolling through a buffer, and then minus D count plus offset, and then it just keeps cycling. So what's happening is we're collecting a moving average of rectified samples. This is also a way that you could just do a extended average thing. Like if you wanted an average of the last 8 samples without having to add 8 things together, what you do is you make a separate variable, you call it control, and every new sample that comes in, you go plus this sample, but then subtract 8 samples ago. And if you do that perfectly, it will end up being like exactly the average of the 8 samples between. Because you added the new one to the variable and then you subtracted one some ways away. Now what's happening When you tweak the range slider and fast twitch moves, volume suddenly drops. It could be worse, I'll tell you. If control is larger than offset, so it can't get to be too large of a number, although it doesn't necessarily have to have anything to do with offset, honestly, then it can only be louder than that. If it's less than 1, it is equal to 1. Then we do this, which is burst equals input sample times control divided by square root offset. So that's scaling down control based on how big offset is. But we're moving offset around wildly. We're talking about quick twitch moves on the range slider. Control's going to stay where it is, but it could change radically based on what you're doing with it. You're always adding the new sample coming in, but you're subtracting other stuff. And then the trouble is, it's not actually designed to accommodate for that very well. Nothing in here is making it so if you have it with like yay many samples, and then suddenly your yay many samples, nothing in here is really compensating for the fact that a second ago you had this many, and then you're suddenly skipping ahead. So all these ones that were in here never got taken back away again. It's not really adjusting for rapid moves. There's nothing in there to compensate for rapid moves. But there's something in here to compensate for, say, if you had a lot of information in there, and then you yank offset down to be tiny, what would then happen is you've got this very large number maybe, and you're dividing it by square root offset, which would be also a very large number, right? Suddenly offset is smaller, so you've got this stuff stored up in control. And it's a very big number because it's over a very big area. And suddenly you're making it much smaller. Here's what's happening, and here's why you're lucky that's what's happening. You're going to this much smaller offset, so you have a big old number, but it's no longer covering as much of a range. It's as if you had a giant values in what is then a tiny range. And then you're dividing it not by the big number you started with, but all of a sudden you're dividing it by square root of a much smaller number. In theory, that could lead to you yanking the control to one side, and all of a sudden you're blowing your speakers up. Instead, what's happening is this. Yank it around, and if what you've got stored up is so huge that it would blow your speakers up, this kicks in. And it's like, oh, suddenly offset is 1. Well, guess what? Suddenly control doesn't get to be any more than 1. Boop, it yanks it right down as well. And then control, square root offset, or so on. You're dealing with this much smaller amount, and burst equals input sample times that, and clamp equals input sample divided by either burst, so it's either scaling it back the way that this algorithm does, or if it actually went to 0, you can't divide by that, so instead it replaces 1, it doesn't do anything. Maybe some of this is what's happening. And then input sample times equal clamp, which is what we ended up with this. And then we've got difference, which is what changed. And this is how we're applying our dry wet. And that's all there is. So I have an answer for you, Igor. The answer to this question, the answer to this problem, is that PowerSag 2 is working as intended. That is what's intended, because this particular algorithm is capable of also blowing up your speakers with too loud sound if I don't do that. So don't tweak the range slider and fast twitch moves if you don't want to run into that problem. The volume is meant to suddenly drop to avoid the volume from suddenly bursting out in far too loud of a sound. And then if you have that way of fixing it, like moving it to 0 or moving it to full crank or whatever, do that thing to fix it if that's what's happened to it in its adjustments, or move it more gently, and it should behave itself a lot better if you move it more gently. But yeah, this algorithm is best suited to things like if I was building it into a version of console, which is not unthinkable. I've had this built into stuff before. This exists in versions of Desk. If I was to build this into a version of console, it would not have the control. It would be a fixed setting. And you'd have maybe a offset that was different based on different sample rates. And that might be something where I don't think I'm actually compensating for that. Nope, PowerSag 2 is not adjusting to sample rate. Now I could maybe I'll make PowerSag 3, which would adjust to sample rate and work the same at various sample rates. But for the time being, what this is working as intended. This is working to avoid it ever blowing your stuff up by moving it suddenly the wrong way. It's avoiding making loud, unpleasant bursts of sound. And so that is working as intended. You got to deal with it in the way that you've learned to deal with it, because the only alternative to the behavior that you're bringing to my attention is that it could also blow up in overly loud sound during fast twitch moves, and that is worse. We don't like that. So there you have it. The more you know. Da-da-da-da. And with that, we can shut down the laptop and switch over to little bursts of doing other things and getting ready for relaxing with a little Minecraft. But yeah, hopefully that answers your question. Sounds like it is. And it's doing that to avoid a worse problem that might happen. And the trick there is much like with the filter ones, where the problem to be avoided, they're capable of dropping the filter down to DC voltage and locking in some. I should put a heatsink on this little HDMI converter. The HDMI to plugging into the computer. This is actually quite warm. It would probably be better if I had some heatsink on there, and then it would be more reliable, although it's been behaving itself today. So there's that. At least it's been behaving itself today. And we can actually move this little guy back over to here. It generally makes me feel better when I have this plugged in, because this is my control surface for whichever version of Airwindows console I am most fond of at any given time. Set up with its little slider caps and stuff. And we're going to take a moment, I think, and show you the new guitar sound. And once we're done with that, it's Minecraft time. Here we go. Here's my guitar chord. Falling on the ground. And we have a different microphone. And this is the microphone from the making plugins. This is the Roswell Colaris. And it happens to be pointed more at the where the guitar amp is. So here we are, because this is the microphone I'm talking into. But here is the microphone that is pointed towards the ISO cab. And this is me talking, and I'm pretty far away from that one. Oh, we are clipping good and hard. I'm not sure if there's that much I can do about that. I can go back to the other mic, I suppose. Or... here's something I can do. Something I can do is hook up. Oh, and 1 minute warning for ads. I can do the thing where I am plugging into one of the FX pedals directly. Because the thing about this is. Well, I get to do cleaner distortion, but also when I stop playing, quieter. It doesn't get hissed this way, but I'm also putting at a level that's hot enough that I'm clipping the output on that microphone, which I can also turn on because we've got the ability to do multiple microphones, and this one's pointing at the guitar cab. And is good and loud. I can distort that real hard. But what I can also do, since that mic is so sensitive that anything distorting the amp is clipping it, I'll go into like a compressor pedal and go from the compressor pedal directly into the amp, and it should still not be too hissy or noisy compared to the use of the pedal board. But then I can turn the output down on the amp and get a nice compressed tone that will balance well with that mic. So let's do that. Over on this mic now. Unplug. I am dearly tempted to get my 2 compressor setup going again. Turn that right down. Turn this in. Let's throw a phase shifter. I'm sorry. And now let's throw a phase shifter. One more cable. Unplug from there. Plug into here. Let's see how this goes. Oh yeah, there's the phase shifter. That'll do. But that's one of the things that I had been working on. I had been working on the ISO cab and this kind of stuff. Figuring out how to make it work right. And I kind of did. I kind of did manage to make it work right. Remembering, of course, that the actual mic in that is on the inside of the cab, and you're hearing just bleed. It's different sounding bleed than it used to be, and that's actually a reissue script Phase 90, which is also Pink Floyd vibes. That's not to say that it's not Pink Floyd vibes. I'm sure that it is, but if you like the chorus sound, that is a Analog Man juicer into a MXR reissue script Phase 90, which has a special. I basically took it and I ran its wires out so that I could externally power it, because the reissue script Phase 90 does not have a DC power input. It assumes that you are going to use a battery always for it, and I don't have my stuff is not set up for it to be using batteries. I had that pedal board, and even though I find that plugging through the actual switching section of the pedal board, good though it is producing a lot of hiss compared to running the guitar straight in. And one of the things I should really try is some variations on running my Strat style straight in, which is pretty much like a Strat, but I think the body is not real Strat, and the pickups are Lindy Frolin, and the neck currently is actually a Telecaster neck. So it's not a real Strat by any stretch of the imagination, but it is the Strat style, and I should probably see what that's like. running that into there. Maybe next time I actually get to come in here and actually record music, I could see getting a lot out of that, because combining that with changing the microphone from an SM57 to a Roswell Mini K47, and then running that into the Lavry instead of just the 16A, means I should be able to do some pretty spectacularly nicer tones than I used to be able. And we're already not too shabby. They just didn't, what I was doing wasn't really that great on clean sounds. I was able to distort it fine, but what I had wasn't really behaving itself very well for clean sounds. It tended to sound just kind of garagey. So yeah, I tell you what, I think unless I've forgotten something, and remind me if I've forgotten something, I think we might have actually gotten to the point where I can jump in and we can end the day with some Minecraft with occasional halts to do things like put another log on the fire or get my tacos ready when they need to have the cheese thawed out and stuff. And yeah, it's nice. I have done that update of the output stage with the mistake in the output scaling and stuff. To the best of my awareness, unless I've forgotten something, and I don't think I've forgotten anything, that update's now done. And you can download it from any of the links that were previously provided, and you can download it from the website, and you can download the original version if you need to, because an old track of yours, as in earlier this week, needs the update, and you can't be bothered to like change the setting. Let's see whether the server is up. One hopes the server is up. Looks a little bit like the server is up. Alrighty then. And here we are. Is there anything? Oh, it's just loading in. I can't imagine there will be that many big changes, but you never know. So, and I remember there was a thing that I could be doing after we let time move forwards a little bit, just enough to justify sleeping and having a day begin again. We were doing a bunch of color block creating, and I did all of that stuff and overlooked the fact that there was brown color that you could use out of these cocoa beans. I think you just use the cocoa beans directly, but in the failing of that, no, I guess you probably do, don't you? Can you do anything with these? Can you make them into like a block? Can you make them into a chocolate chip? Nope, you can plant them. We can plant them. Although we'll never need to plant them again. Now that we've got them, we can duplicate them. Oh geez, did I not notice that it was morning instead of evening? I thought it was evening. No worries. Eat. Pip. So here's where we're at. We don't have any regular gray terracotta because we were using stone, but I decided that I'd like to stick the stone and also the, I guess it's going to have to be in, and we've got a new, the shulker box that contains even more colors. This is my collection of colors, and here we have a good collection of all the colors. There, so that can also be duplicated. We could also paint it if we wanted to make the shulker box be a different color of colors. I don't think we can paint it with all the colors though. So we can put stone in here. And let's grab a bunch of terracotta for the purposes of doing the dark gray terracotta. Here's our gray. Actually, I think I can spare enough of these to directly dye a stack. Let's do that. Boom. That's almost black. We're starting with this. Oh no, that's concrete powder. Oops. Here's where it needs to be. See how that's not really a different color, honestly. And then we've got this block of quartz, which doesn't actually coincide with anything that we're doing, so maybe this can go into the other box as well. And all of these things can just sort of be what they are. Here's our stone, here's our quartz. Those do also work for the snowball, the painting snowball. But these collections of things are all the colored blocks. And in this spot is where we're going to fit the brown color of blocks. So let's see. First of all, we also are going to want brown colored terracotta. That leaves only this, but that's fine. One thing at a time, right? So making those brown colored terracotta blocks here. And then we need the concrete and the concrete powder. And that finishes our color palette. Voila. Terracotta painting, and these are soon to follow. And these can only be made from scratch, so we're going to make them from scratch. That'll cover it. If I do this, I get exactly 8 of the brown concrete powder back. And then just kind of go on from there. Here's our full stack of this, and then we need to duplicate this exactly once. And we'll be ready to do the water set version. So let's see. Are we ready? Signs point to yes. Ready as we'll ever be. Boom. So powder. And now we need our water bucket, which should be in here. No, I'm carrying it. I'm carrying it. And keep going off track. I'm aiming it, but it's like steering a car while driving backwards. You go wildly off. I watched a Mythbusters episode while doing my exercises the other day, and it was on the myth of whether or not you drove better in ice if you were driving backwards. And the answer is, goodness no. Oh, goodness no. But it was fun watching them discover this for themselves, which they sure did. Hey, Wanho Nariv Musica. What do I think about loudness war in modern recordings? I am opposed to it. I think that loudness war in modern recordings takes away some of the things that have made the most effective and successful hit records in history. To pursue loudness war is to handicap yourself dreadfully. It is bad for your music, it is bad for you, and it is one of the things that causes people to not value music as much as they used to. So I'm against it. I don't like it. One of the things that I'm doing with new versions of console, namely versions that are related to letters rather than numbers, like beyond things like Consolator or whatever, and on to the ones that are designed to sound like the physical hardware that we used to have back in the day. I'm making that stuff specifically with the intention of trying to make it work to sound powerful and impressive, sonorous, amazing, without modern loudness war style loudness. Hey, Craftyman. Hey, I finally made it on. And that is my fixed intention, is being able to make this kind of stuff where you can make awesome sounding loud records, but if you record them, they're like not loud at all. Like, this is really the whole trick of it. This is the whole, the whole banana, is being able to do this stuff. Oh, let's put the water bucket in here while we're at it, shall we? Hey, Crafterman. Or maybe it should be in here because it's not a pigment. Yeah, this is a nice shulker box full of stuff. I'm not sure if you're the one who made it, but so basically here's the thing regarding to loudness war. Now that I've finished doing this, and I'm just sort of thinking about what to do next, I guess. Loudness war is a really interesting concept. It's a simple way to make people gravitate towards bits of music in certain ways more than other bits of music. I'm toying with the idea of rebuilding this. Like this is a cobble structure, yes? It should be possible to rebuild this and make it be more efficient. There's no reason that these mobs would be dropping sharpness, but they should be dropping these things. Maybe I'll take some of this stuff and put it in a different thing so it's only got traditional style mob drops. Like this is the stuff where mobs would normally drop these things if they're dropping out of here. So what I'm doing with especially modern console versions, the ones that I'm making that are letter based rather than number based, but I've also, back in the day, I was doing other things involving this. Are we gonna sleep or are we gonna? I say we're gonna sleep. Very good. The purpose of what the hell was it called? What the heck was it called? Weirdly enough, seeing as I'm on YouTube, I like to not throw language about like mad, which is funny because it's like I'm from rock and roll, so you'd think that it would be a really wild experience, but I used to do a plugin, which I haven't done for a long time, and it's still available. It's in the collection. That was designed so that you would use it and it would intentionally work in such a way that it helped you. Oh, that's all full, isn't it? Well, we'll take the diamond axe out of it. I can't remember the name of this damn plugin. It's not one of the monitoring. It was a 1 minute warning for ad suffering people. It was based on one called Short Bus from way back. I'm not even sure if I've re-released that one. I'm going to select out of here, go over to one of the Airwindows things and search for it. Is what I'm going to do. I know it existed. Maybe I'll look in Airwindowpedia. What did I use? Was it a utility plugin? Is that what you call it? It wasn't one of the filters. I don't think it really counts as a subtlety plugin. Righteous. This was the one. I did plugins called Righteous, and the whole purpose of them was to give you audible saturation and distortion that sounded big and intense, but at a RMS level that was commensurate with what classic rock albums used. It let peaks through at a higher level and tended to saturate on RMS loudness instead. And you can play with that if you want, but I've been doing things with the console versions that supplant the need for it. Let's get out of here and jump back in to this. And figure out where I'm going to put some of these things. Because we can't put them in here. Let's put them somewhere else. Can't put them in there. Don't want to put them in there. You can just eat them into space. Also, I see that there's an additional comment. I just haven't responded to it quite yet. We'll throw some of these signs here. And then we'll throw the hoppers back here where they can be. And that solves that problem. And I think it was cobble that thing is made of, so I'll grab some stacks of that. And I want to explore whether maybe I can make this mop grinder bigger and have it do more when it's actually being used. So I'm interested in flying up here. I said flying up here. And cutting into the top of this and making additional levels in here, which I think is going to start with clearing out this profusion of torches, so we'll just do that. While I continue to talk about loudness war issues, I can have a fun, sort of simple, mindless thing to do here. I'm not sure if ManuQQ believes that you have to cover every block with torches to stop mob spawning on it, which is not actually true, or whether it's just an aesthetic. Either way is fine. I'm just not sure which it is. And before I depart, I've got two questions. I was taught to mix pursuing loudness. Please show me things to teach me not to do that. And then Igor was asking, I use power sagging coils to emulate a power amp to go between a distortion plugin and a cab sim. Should I add something else? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. It depends upon what you're doing and whether it's working. Like, coil seems like a fine choice. But it all depends. It's like you're trying to get a particular sound. Don't think of it in terms of how many items in a power amp can I identify that I need to place a plug-in version of in there. Think instead of what's lacking in the sound and can I make the sound do a particular thing by doing something. So you don't want to try to identify all the bits and then replicate all the bits, because then you could easily end up over-processing, doing too much stuff in the digital domain and ending up with a guitar sound that has lost sort of its mojo. The thing that I've been discovering with new console versions, like for instance Console MC and MD, is that rather than trying to identify every bit and then code in what we call quote unquote emulate every bit in order to say that we did, is figure out what needs to happen to the sound and where. If your entire analog recording chain ends up with high frequency limitation that acts like certain kinds of slew clipping or slew limiting or slew soft clipping, and that happens on the end of everything, then you don't necessarily go in and put processing in every possible place in the signal path if you can get the same result out of tacking it right on at exactly the end and applying it there, allowing the sonority of the sound to come through more unprocessed everywhere else. And this applies to, like for instance, supposing you're doing a guitar amp. Well, you've heard what I was doing with the real life equalizers and stuff. So also note that fire is going out again. Let's attend to that. When I don't put the damper on, it really burns itself out quick. This should get it going. And it's really, really cold up here, so we're going to make sure that it keeps going. There we are. Back to our discussion. The particular amplifier that I'm using there is intentionally designed so that the high pass of going into the amp and having there be a roll-off, so that when you're distorting, it has a cutoff rather than just being like a ultimate audiophile thing where it will tube distort, but it will let through any frequency no matter what it is. I could do something kind of like that. I could do a real-world hardware amp where I had all the capacitors be very large audiophile capacitors so that you could run, you know, an orchestra recording in there and get all of the lowest throbbings of the kettle drum and have that be a guitar amp. The thing is if you do that, the guitar amp stops sounding good because it stops being able to condition the low frequencies. And there's a lot of things about that kind of concept where you need to attend to those details in order to make the thing sound right. So going to be through this. We're going to stack up a bunch of levels on this guy. And hopefully not fall into the middle of it while we're at it, but I want to be able to see it from the inside. Weird dark shading. Oh, look at that. We have a more sophisticated arrangement. Might not need it to be quite like that, but we do. I think I see how this concept is, and we can replicate this over more levels, maybe. I see no reason not to, in fact. Long as I am clear on how this is working, and let's get ourselves way over here so that we can pass the night. Oh yeah, let's do a replicate that design thing. I do need to study the design first before we can replicate it. Oh, now I'm inside it. Okay, let's not be inside it. That said, there are other ways of making this kind of thing, but I'm interested in the idea of maybe working out how to duplicate this, learning its secrets, and stacking it up so that there's more levels. Some of this I don't understand why it's there. Not being a very good Minecrafter and all. Oh, somebody's over there rattling the gauges. Apparently what we do, we rattle the cage. The one thing about this is they gotta wander off the edges. And we can do that. We can totally do that. It might be, I'm not sure what the carpets are for. The carpets are confusing me. They are there, but I don't know what they do. If anybody in chat knows how this kind of thing works, by all means, please tell me, because I don't know. And one thing about stacking this up is we can totally stack this up in such a way that retains the same, like we only have to extend these platforms. We do not have to extend new water channels. Everything can fall from the heights down into the water channel, so we can use that water channel for everything. That could be kind of cool. And it'll extend the concept. Again, I'm not sure what the carpets are for. If anybody has a good answer for what the carpets are for, that'd be cool. I'm sure there must be one after having gone to the trouble of putting them in, but I don't know what they're for. Something about it. I don't know what it's for. Maybe I will find out one day. I just heard a noise that sounded a little bit like a ghast, and it reminded me that that was something that we could bring into the regular world that would be amusing and kind of horrifying. Also, I don't think anybody has done withers. And we could always explore that idea. Let's get withery. But first things first, I want to put a couple more levels on this in the same design that it is. Solid. Nice to have finished all that workday stuff, I must say. That I have successfully... I don't know if I can jump this or if I can not. Yeah, it's jumpable. Which suggests that building the higher levels would also be jumpable. I'm going to do the same thing I do with my software sometimes, I think, which is fall into a well. That is actually what I do with my software sometimes, but that's not what I meant. Observe a thing that is made a certain way and then attempt to continue it exactly the way that it is being done. That's what I meant. Going like, well, there's carpet. I don't know why there's carpet, but there's carpet, and so apparently we need to keep the carpet, and so we're going to keep the carpet. I do that in Xcode sometimes. In Xcode, we've got all of this stuff. Oh, look at all of these stacks of cobble. We could make some more stacks of cobble. Shall we? Oh, except for that if I make guys out here, they're just going to fall in there. So let's make other stacks of cobble down here. I think I got hit by my own arrow. Hey, you got something over here. What have we got? We've got a sponge house. Or something like that. Crafty man's house. Cool. Yeah, if I run forward, I definitely end up pegging myself a little bit. Well, you didn't even drop any cobble. Anybody who is used to regular Minecraft must find this very weird. Which it is, not gonna lie. This is a deeply weird way of going about things, but it is mine. Eat. Just managed it. Let's see about... Oh, were we not able to do that? Humph. Well, we can, however, do this. Oh, hang on, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Humph, double humph. Pick both of you up. I suppose I needn't worry about doing this super efficiently because the idea seems basically ridiculous. I maybe should worry about flinging myself off the edge, but for now, let's not worry about that. Let's just start making this go higher 2 blocks at a time, because I found that using 3 blocks at a time didn't actually work for me, did it? And we're just going to want to make this wall real tall and then start replicating these things. And then once we're done with that, putting those on them. You know, those, the things that you see. All of those, multiple those. And then putting another layer on top of that. And it might become excited and end up having to fight monsters that spawn in the dark as we construct it, but we are very well armed and very well set up, so We could even drop a bucket of water down the middle, which would mean that if we fell in, then we wouldn't die, and neither would the monster that also fell in on top of our head. Yay. There's still some bugs in the system. We'll see what we can do. I'm very curious about all of these carpet. Craftyman, are you the mad putting torch on everything here? I can't help but notice that this is Craftyman's house over there, and this is one of the things that is a bristling hedgehog of torches. Oh, and I got a quick question about the dynamic loudness war thing, which I will answer as soon as I pass the night by going and sleeping. Is it possible to restore recordings to recover the dynamic range? As a rule, no. As a rule, that's not something that really works. You can't really restore dynamic range after it has been squished. There are things you can do with compression and with squishing that enhance that, which is slow attack compression. And that's something that has happened on a lot of, for instance, 80s records. There's 80s records that are even more dynamic than like 50s records, because they made heavy use of compression, but they exaggerated the compression like crazy in order to specifically enhance that quality. Like, you can take recordings, compress them heavily, but leave the attack very slow, and end up with a dynamic spike on the front of the note that is louder than it started out as. And that's a classic 80s trick that shows up in a lot of things. And when you have albums such as, there's people who are into like original CDs for like 80s and 90s tracks, and there's a lot of music out there for which it is not unreasonable to go out and seek the first CD pressings. And it's not because the technology was great at the time, it's because as they put out the first CDs ever in the world, people still thought dynamic range was a thing that you wanted. And so there's entire CDs that exist where the peak is like, minus 1 dB. And that exists once in the whole CD. And there are entire tracks on said CD. And my fingers hurt from holding down these things. There are entire tracks, damn, my fingers hurt, wow, on these CDs, where the hottest peak on the entire track is like minus 6 dB, far from being loudness warred to the point, 1 minute warning for ads, far from being loudness warred to the point where you're worried about, hard clipping and having the gib effect make that crackling sound. It's like, yeah, the hottest peak, never mind RMS. RMS is going to be something like 30 dB down. The whole track is mastered so that even the hottest peak of the track is still 6 dB down. And this is because the early CD was built in such a way that they mastered the entire album off of like the vinyl masters. Or if not the vinyl masters, they mastered the entire album off the tape that was made, or the digital tape that was made even. and never tried to adjust it to make each track be as loud as it could. Instead, they left the dynamic levels the way they were when the album came out. And the album was mixed in such a way that they turned over to the record mastering people tracks that were, oh man, my fingers are hurting. I think I must have been doing too much typing or whatever, but ow, that's rough. If I don't do this right, I'm going to be attacked by skeletons once things start getting dark inside the resulting creation. Maybe I'll build it in a sort of spiral. Wouldn't that be kind of neat? We'll see. We'll see how that works. I'm just trying to keep my pinky finger from folding over as I hold on to the shift key for dear life to not fall off of this. When it folds over, it hurts. Rest your fingers immediately, maybe. Well, I'm making sure that it's not in a situation where it's like, okay, this actively hurts. Instead, it's like, okay, if I hold this wrong, then it hurts. Anyway, my fingers are capable of hurting if I play guitar too much or whatever also, so. You got a point. That is not an unreasonable suggestion. Let's make another batch of cobble, and then we're going to go into a replenishing mode. Both of these, and then there we go. Yeah, if I don't use only my pinky finger, then I'm way better off. I do wonder whether this is optimal, like without a flooding system or something like that. Because one thing about it, it does have a drop where it should kill mobs from dropping them onto slabs. Yeah, this loudness war discussion is very interesting to me. This is because the interesting thing about it is, you know, we can talk about loudness war, we can talk about, oh, we should really do it, but these days, streaming services manage your levels. Unless you're doing very specialized genres, and I think even then, even when you're doing very specialized genres, you'd still be better off ignoring what the genre is, ignoring loudness war, and being like, okay, we're doing super crazy metal, so I'm not going to make everything a solid, monstrous wall of thick sludge. Instead, let's redesign our sound so that there is dynamic impact and peak energy blowing out of this thing, and relearn how to do that and make it sound right. Like, I just noticed the other day that some streamers that I enjoy, these young kids, to me they're young kids, Andy and Alex, we're listening to Long Distance Run Around the Fish off of the Fragile, the Yes album Fragile, for the first time. And I was like, no way, okay, I'm here for this. Let's see what they make of it. Which they didn't like it nearly as much, but they have been grinding away at YouTube for years, and so I understand when their enthusiasm is not as high as it used to be. But they listened to it for the first time and were dumbfounded by the weirdness of the musical content, because yeah, they weren't able to count the 5 against 4 drums and stuff like that, and they were duly impressed by how weird Yes's composition is and all that. And I commented in part of the discussion around this. I jumped in their comment section and it was like, you need to go and listen to the... I should totally find out what those... This is now driving me crazy. What's that carpet for? I'm going to make some more floors, more than there are right now, at least. I got to find out what that carpet is for. I can't figure it out. As far as I can tell, it should work with or without it, and I don't think it could do anything. But it's there, and the person who initially created this had it, so I want to honor that. I want to honor the relevance of that. It's even the same way around for each one. Oh, it's a not have spiders. Okay. That's a good reason. We're going to keep that. That is a good reason. And we're going to go and make some more blocks. And we're going to honor that intention. I mean, the thing with loudness war is that streaming services will turn your volume levels down now if you're beyond what actually turns out to be. If you mix naturally using, say, Console MC or something, you will get a mix if you do a great job and it's just burning your ears off. You will produce a mix that has a lot of peak energy. And the peak energy is what carries attention. It's what produces drama. And I was listening to these kids doing the long distance runaround, and I said, you guys need to go and listen to this on Yes Songs, the live version on Yes Songs, because that's among the last performances of Yes with Bill Bruford. Perpetual Change and Long Distance Runaround / The Fish on Yes Songs have Bruford, and everything else has Alan White. And everything else is awesome. It's very good. But there's a drama, there's an energy to the performances with Bruford which feel like they knew he was quitting, and everybody's kind of mad at each other, and the music just explodes off the stage. And I described it to Andy and Alex as like, okay, this but heavy metal version. This but metal version. Which is what it is. It's a version of Long Distance Runaround where the music is bursting out with this ridiculous, metallic, angry kind of energy, including the Fish, which could be a very chilled out track, but on this live version, not as chilled out as all that. On this live version, it is very aggressive, very, very aggressive. And it's just a fascinating thing. And that is a form of heavy metal, aggressive, overwhelming, that leans completely on... Why does this look different than it used to? Somebody has been in here doing mistakes. I think it still survives, though. I don't think this is broken. It'll still work. And that is just an amazing thing. The fact that you can and should, and that's the way it normally is supposed to work, you can make this a mix where the peak energy is super, super high, and yet it's still heavy as anything. And that's what people should do. There is nothing you can do with loudness war that you can't also do with peak energy better and easier. You can have more vibe. Everything that you could possibly want from loudness war can be done better and more effectively with peak energy. It's really as simple as that. There's no other answer to it. Let's fire off a couple of quick carpet guys. so that we can have a full stack. Come on. $60, and then more will make me a full stack. There we go. Over to the safer place. Mistakes have been made. They're not too serious, though. This is very snowball madness, that you can set out to do things like this, but then you derp it and you wind up with guys in your face. The space for derpage is extremely great. Let's go get our drops. Except we don't need zombie flesh. Making a dynamic thick sausage is not necessarily as important in electronic dance music as you think either. The same rules still apply. It depends. It depends upon what kind of vibe you're putting across, but you don't have to choose that aesthetic. It is an aesthetic. It exists. Yes, absolutely. It's also fairly easy, just ought. You know, OTT is your uncle, and there you go. You have succeeded in doing that particular thing. You don't have to think. You don't have to have any skill. You just have to push the button on the machine that does the thing, and then there you go. But that's not the only aesthetic you can use. For instance, classic Depeche Mode is very good at being electronic, but it's also very good at having extraordinarily high peak energy. And we probably don't need this much white carpet, but we can have it. Yeah, it is a very subjective thing, to be sure. How much of this stuff do we even have? It's all finding its way through these hoppers is what it's doing. Yeah, everything is all still up here. Somewhere. And my inventory is super full, so I guess we're going to leave this to fill up. I should grab a torch, except for I don't have one on me. Not a torch, a chest. There's chests around here. I can use those. See, there's like literally a chest right down here that's being fed by this stuff. So we can simply load this up with stuff and then grab as many stacks of this as we need and go from there. Because it's all going to end up right here anyway. It's very, the kinds of loudness are very distinct, honestly. Let's see now. Here we are. So we're going to do this in a slightly silly way. Maybe I'm going to use my ring finger for this bit, but you know, we could also just make a bridge rather than have to jump it. Yeah, that's going to be a little easier. And I'm thinking I can go around doing this, and then layer by layer, duplicate the pattern, duplicate that carpet pattern. And then when we're done, cut out the slots and move on to the next stage. And that could be an effective enough way of making this, and assuming I don't simply fall off, which I probably won't. If I do, I'll yeet myself out with the rocket snowball. That's not what's supposed to be there. Now I need carpet. Craftman always likes to just make noises. I'm not sure whether it's to mess with me or simply to just be making noises, which is like, I mean, you realize who we're talking to, so can we do this without falling off? No. But we can identify where the correct spot is without falling off. And that's not it. Nope, nope, nope. Or is it? Or is it? Is that the right spot? That's super not the right spot. This is. And do you fall off if you go off the edge? Not if you're holding this, but the mobs might. Random yeetage of stuff. I know, it's bedtime. That's good. That's good, and one more. That's good. Oh, thank you. That's good. And let's see. What else have we got? This one. And that one's all set. So I think that's our outer rim. The way you described is what will result in sausage, but this is not what I mean. This way of doing it is indeed terrible. When you squeeze that much, details will be lost or not. Yes, when you squeeze that much, details will be lost. That said, when you're doing the form of using compression on purpose to exaggerate things, you're generating new details that didn't previously exist, which is absolutely a thing. You can absolutely generate details that didn't previously exist. This is part of our studio wizardry of making stuff happen. This is one of the reasons why, you know, people who are really into the 80s or 70s or whatever, when some of that stuff just had so much energy, it was amazing. And it's because the technique is to take our systems, our compression and so on, and use it to basically synthesize energy that wasn't even there. And in so doing, you're anti-loudness warring. You're using the tools, but you're not using the tools the way that loudness war folks do. You're not using the tools to do the loudness war things anymore. Instead, you're using the tools to anti-loudness war, to increase peak energy relative to RMS. That's the secret. That's the trick. And this is a corner carpet. Very good. Another corner. Very good. Very good. And then we're going to have another corner. Another two from the edge. Pretty sure that's the one. Okay. And then we got another corner and the ones on the edge here, and then we're good. That's the way. The interesting thing about dynamic mixing versus loudness war is that it shouldn't have to be difficult. You don't have to be fighting what you're doing. It becomes more about like intentionally trying to open stuff up even more. And that poses its own challenges, to be sure. But it really is not necessarily, balancing in that context is not necessarily that tough. When you get a bunch of sounds together that are working really well in that respect, that's when people start reacting like, oh, and this mixes itself. And it has to do with instrumentation, has to do with, in terms of rock bands, it's like what sounds are people producing? You know, what's their sound, as it were. And when you have a very successful band, sometimes that is because all of their sounds, quote unquote, just work together really well. There is a video on the making of Who's Next, where members of the Who talk about how they got their sound. And it's described as, well, Pete Townshend's guitar is incredibly aggressive and pointy, and Entwistle's bass sound is incredibly aggressive and pointy, and they're like knitting needles going stab, 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 stab. And then Keith Moon is the ball of wool. And he's just sort of fluffing around everything with these sustaining drums, playing far too many notes, just going ham all the time. And as a result of that, it makes this sort of churning waves of sound around these very pointy things that are filling in the musical details. and you end up with the who. You end up with something that is very dramatic, but it's also like warm and good sounding, and it's not just a giant spike of nastiness. I'm going to try a different approach to this. We've identified that this corner, and which implies that this corner, we don't have that many of these, and I can probably do it faster by just running around in a circle and repeatedly identifying and placing the bits that we need. So what else? We've got this one, which is boop, boop, boop. So it's one farther from that. What else? Surely there's going to be another. No, I guess not. It's only two. So 1, 2, 3, 2 off from there. So 1, 2, 3, 2 off from there. And same here. Same there. And then in theory, we're done. That actually was a lot easier. Yeah, wiry, not understanding why people listen to such loud music in clubs. Some of that is deaf sound engineers being bad, because it's not at all a good thing. That is a problem. And when I was doing that update and posting to ProSound Web, that is a place where I will see people, classic sound engineers with line of credits as long as your arm, complaining bitterly about this. They do not like that you can't go to a movie or a rock concert these days without being just killed with high sound pressure levels, and the kick drum is loud enough to kill elephants with, and completely out of balance with everything else. And people are just used to that kind of nonsense, but it's not like it sounds good. And it's just sort of like, this is expected, this is what we do. This is what people want, what people expect, but it's not necessarily true. And the funny thing about that is some of the most popular modern club systems, oh wow, I think I just did the next layer. Each layer is getting a little bit easier. Modern sound systems also include stuff like Function One. Function One is a company that is very well known for, oh, hello. We can go around this way for these. I think. Yeah. I think that's the right one. Signs point to yes. Go over here, scooch over a little bit, and that's the right one too. Meaning that now we've got over here, and again. Alrighty, and then we've got one more that's literally here. So that's 2 over and 1. Over and 1. And I'm pretty sure that's correct. Yep. All right. Nice, not bad. Let's continue. Let's do more. We're getting really close to finishing a level. Germany's been louder than that, my friend. There's a wonderful documentary that I've watched, and it is about the Tresor Club in Berlin, back when that existed. That existed until the real estate got bought by horrible, insert the worst swears you could possibly imagine, who were real estate spectating and thought that they would build some, I don't know, offices or something that nobody actually wanted, and so they destroyed a historic Berlin techno club for nothing. And that is just disgusting behavior. But back in the day, Tresor was about the loudest experience you could ever possibly have for some very good reasons. One of these reasons was that Tresor was a vault. It was a bank vault, so you could pressurize that way better than most clubs. Tresor meant the potential loudness there was unthinkably loud. That said, as much as I would have liked to have gone to it, I'm probably better off that I never did. And not just because I don't travel to Germany on a whim. I'm honestly not a particularly wealthy or well-placed person. I have just made a point of investing in... let's see, are you the correct place? I think you are. Yep, sure enough. Great. We continue. Yeah, Tresor is a deafening and crushing your body physically with sound chamber. Or was. It doesn't exist anymore. These days, it is Berghain, which is not a vault, but is also very loud. And a classic and popular brand of speakers to put in all of these kinds of places are... Function 1. And the deal with Function 1 is that it is a exploration in how to horn load everything to the nth degree. Horn loading gives you peak loudness that's better. Remember how we were talking about loudness war? And the difference between RMS and peak loudness? What you get from horn loading is peak loudness that really sets up and barks. That is fierce, that is overwhelming. Do I have a... I think we don't actually have any carpets to be placed on these. I think these are a carpet-free zone. Look at that. Yeah. We're getting right to the edge here. We're getting to the final layers. Because some of these will be removed again immediately. So anytime you're dealing with how to make sound that sounds amazing on horn speakers, you're already talking about how do we make peak energy sound good. And that is my domain. That is what I'm working on, where this stuff is meant to be. Let's see, one more layer and we're done. And this brings us to the edge of the great cliff and the hole to fall into. Or it doesn't because I didn't have these ones, but those will go away very quickly when I start removing these channels. So my next thing is to eat myself the heck out of here and go and get those things that the mobs fall straight off of, which aren't actually stored here anymore. Trapdoors. Hey, Dudecraft. And before terribly long, I get to start thawing out my dinner, and that'll be exciting. Maybe not as exciting as Trezor or whatever. Oh, look, we've got something over here. What's this? Somebody's got a something. Somebody's building stuff out of Eshesha. Excuse me greatly. Achacha. So let's see. Trapdoors, trapdoors. We need trapdoors. We're going to need some other stuff, but we're also going to need trapdoors. I hear baby. Hi, baby. It's a babby. Aha. Trapdoor. There we go. That should double up nicely. Let's get ready to do that, and then we're ready to finish off this level. Maybe add another level or two. We'll see how far they go. I don't need to add lots. I just feel like adding some more levels onto this, using the same design. Seeing as it would be nice to get some of the potential drops. Hello. You didn't even drop any trapdoors. You drop trapdoors, but no zombie flesh. I wonder how many we're gonna need. I can do with a couple more stacks at least. A couple more stacks should be enough. We don't need that much. We need more cobble, and we've got more cobble. Let's beat right over here and figure it out. Oh, somebody's doing a little bit of crafting. I'll get out of dodge. I was going to put stuff in here, but I don't have to if we're too busy. We don't need this many stacks of carpet. Might need a little more though. And we're probably going to need more in the way of cobble, but maybe not. And this all is coming along fairly well. Oh, I'm going to want to sleep. Time to go back out. The sun is setting. My place is indeed acoustically treated. I can demonstrate that fairly easily. Except for I can't with this camera angle, can I? I don't think I have any camera angles that'll really properly acoustically demonstrate. Although I do have to add more wood to the fire, so there was a good enough reason to get up. So over here, I'm standing in a archway. The room that I am working in includes multiple archways into corridors, the front door, what's considered the dining room, not that I use it for that, that's where my ISO cab is, and then through that to the kitchen. And these are all open. In some cases there were doors, and I removed the doors so that they would be open spaces. This is part of where the sound goes in order to control it. That is where a log goes in order to catch on fire, right? Directly behind where the camera is, there are 4 what's called Oralex T-fusors, or it's one of those polystyrene diffuser shapes, and that is sort of behind the mix position. Then there's a window there, but there's a series of drapes across it, so it becomes a sound absorber. And my camera there is kind of about 2 feet or so from a wall. And then there's the diffusers right there behind where the speakers are. Over on this side, I've got a pair of diffusers here and here, directly in the middle. So the speakers are firing, and in the dead center, they're hitting a bank of 2 diffusers on the back wall. To this side is some mirrors, which I also use to help reflect the heat from the fire out. To this side is an empty gap, because this is where the corridor is. And then there's also stairs that go up to upstairs, literally right there. So sound goes there and just bounces around and goes away. I don't get a lot of back wall reflections off of that. On this side is synthesizers in the Rhodes and stuff. There's a dense pack of keyboards there. On this side, I got another bank of diffusers, and they're as low as I can get them without getting in the way of a stack of firewood there. And then I've just generally got like a lot of stuff kicking around. So it's a combination of having stuff in the room. I've also got a carpet on the floor, and having the room be an open space with large openings to other rooms or corridors, so it stops being a box. Like the sound doesn't build up in this room because it can't, it just goes out, as if I was in this sort of very open plan kind of thing. It are now daytime. Why did the music industry start to go in the direction of loudness? Because people do respond positively in the immediate reaction to whether something is louder than another something. That said, there's a catch, because people also respond to the effective use of peak energy. And you're trading it off. There's an optimum. The optimum is far away from what people are actually using. Not even close. I will have the shutters on this momentarily, and then it'll be time to move on to another level, because I got at least one more level available. One thing about this design is it's not actually forcing mobs to fall in the pit. They gotta wander in, but the right ones spawn, and so there's that. And in theory, if you're like centered, then maybe they're wandering towards you and fall off the edge, and that might be a thing. This will be a good way of placing all of the things, because if I place them all like this, then I can jump on them. And it saves me the trouble of making bridges. I feel like I'm pressing down fairly hard on the keyboard, but whatever. It is what it is. I am pleased to... Oh. That's funny. I wonder why your game crashed. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to switch to game video. I'm on it. There you go. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot. Yeah, we did at least get game audio. Listen to the lovely piano. See, now that's one thing that I would like to... I'd like to do some more music that includes, you know, your pseudo pianos. I do have the Kurzweil, and I was talking earlier about the K2600? The Kurzweil 2600, the giant purple beast. I don't really get into those all that much, but I know that there's a bunch of interesting options there. Yeah, if you're interested in that kind of stuff, look into ads. If you're interested in that kind of stuff, look into listening to 1970s music, especially early 70s music that is being played off of records. Go and find that. Early 70s records. Oh, I know I could make this easier. Oh, except for maybe not. I'm not sure quite what I'm doing, but I'm doing it, and it'll be fine. Well, I mean, it's a question of, like, you can talk about loud sausages, but I could make you a loud sausage in a apparently continuous blast of noise that still has extraordinarily high peak energy and has an amount of edge on its attack that will blow your mind. Because these things are not just all the same. Because you can, in fact, here we are figuring out how to do this again. Okay. Maybe this is a good time to open all of these gates. Alan Parsons is fine, but you could also do, like, are you a Zappa fan at all? I was just listening to something where I was like, I'm going to make a video on this. I don't even care. I'm going to make a video on this, and I'm going to demonstrate to people what this is. Again, like I said, are you a Zappa fan at all? And it's getting to be nighttime, so let's go and pass the night. If you are a Zappa fan, I refer you to Mothers at the Fillmore East, 1971. I was just listening to it for no particular reason, and certainly nothing having to do with future work that I want to put out. And it is the strongest sounding high peak energy recording you're going to come across. Just extraordinary. It is such a powerful thing. And especially if you source it off of vinyl, because it is the sort of thing where they could be trying to remaster it and make it be a little bit more modern, although they'll never quite completely succeed. But one of the reasons that anybody in the modern age, I'm forgetting something. I'm forgetting something, and it is to place these white things. Let's see about that. So we got that, and we're going to have to do this one over here. Before putting these blocks in. Dum-de-dum. Mustn't put those in yet. Biff. So let's see. Very good. Very good. Likewise. Nailed it. Got there. That one. And guessing that one. And then over here, what else? Nope. Nope, already got there. Okay, that's what we needed. Was Hendrix loud? Hendrix was playing instruments and being recorded in such a context where the peak energy on the Hendrix records was extremely high. It was very early 60s, mid 60s, late 60s kind of things. He didn't live that long to be working in a time period when it was even remotely like Hendrix lived up to the point where they were beginning to make more dynamic range in the mid 70s. Up to and including the end of the 70s, it was all about more and more and more and more dynamic range and more and more and more peak energy. You go to audiophile recordings, like for instance, The Wall, and listen to the original records and go, oh my God, how did they choose to do this? Because the amount of loudness that is peak energy compared to RMS is just super duper off the charts, to the point where radio stations developed compressors to be able to deal with it. And that's part of the sound. And that's what ended up happening, is you ended up with like radio stations and their compression, and people just started making the music that way. Just like immediately over to making the music be intensely compressed. Let's see, where's that? We've got a corner piece. In most cases, there's no way to have the access to the original sound, even if you have an original pressing, because they can get all worn out, and there are sacrifices. It's not like just having the original pressing means this is then the audiophile wonderfulness. Because there's times when it's not. Like, you're still dealing with a vinyl record, and some of those have their weaknesses. Let's see, what have we got here? That one. Then, let's see. What's their shape look like here? Round to there, and then one over. Round to there, and then one over, and boom. So, there. And there. And there. And then how about the other way around? How about these? 1, 2 over. Okay. Two over. And there we have it. Yeah, that can be a thing. Like, if you were able to get the masters of some of these things, it would be quite amazing. That said, sometimes part of the experience is the fact that it's been made into a vinyl record, which colors it and shapes it in such a way that it starts resembling the experience of being there listening to the music live. I was talking about the Yes Songs version of Long Distance Runaround, and it's kind of like that. It is incredibly loud and heavy, but it was being recorded by Eddie Offord, and Eddie Offord is no slouch. And yet what he's recording is not a nice little controlled situation. He was capturing Yes playing live during their last concert with Bill Bruford. Everybody was probably all upset, but they were rocking the house into a devastated pile of dust. They were completely and totally overwhelming on that situation. So there's the trick. Oh, what have we got here? We've got one on this corner, which means we have all the other corners the same way. And I can kind of even see how it goes that way, so it's all good. What else? I see you. Got one right here, which is one off from the corner. Like that. Do we have any more? I see that. I don't see any more. I think that covers it. Now it's time to put some more cobble in. This should be pretty awesome when we finally are finished. It seems to me as if it'll be a nice thing. We'll have layers and layers of potential mob droppage. And it is all pursuing the exact same design as the original creator, our Manu. Because it turns out that's a good design. It's either Manu or it's one of his kids. Actually, I've never checked on the gender of Manu. I tend to assume, like, if I look at YouTube demographics, only guys watch my content. To the extent that it's content. I was just watching some Patrick Willems, and that is a man who does not like the word content, I'll tell you. Alrighty. Where are we at? One from the edge to here. And then directly on the corner. On it. Let me fly out of here, over to here. On it. On it. I'm there. Biff. Good practice on this server is just find places to go because there's lots of space. Anytime you're experimenting with snowbally things and making a big mess, go far away from everywhere else. And there should be plenty of space to build things and do things. Okay, so one from the corner is our next call, so we continue those. There's that. And the one over from the farthest away one. Let's see how this works. Yeah. So directly on. I'm not sure to what these you refer. Apart from that, sounds good. Is this the right layout? I think so. Have we got to that one where there are no... no, I don't think so. We have got to the point where I need to get some more cobble and stuff, though. Biff. And I'll get the spare carpet. A lot of Beatles music is quite heavy. Revolver had a lot of heavy stuff on it. And then, of course, Magical Mystery Tour is all the heaviness, but they're also very flaked out, so it's not like the music makes a lot of sense, but it can be really heavy. Magical Mystery Tour contains Hey Bulldog. Hey Bulldog is insanely heavy. the vocals are extremely heavy in Hey Bulldog. Oh, is that it? That would be it. Here we go. Were there more spots? I'm gonna say yeah, because it looks like this is a spot. So directly after the turnaround, like this. And I think this brings us to the layer that has no carpet on it at all. And then there's one more, and then we're just about done. So cool. MD Fourier. Yeah, Fourier is fast Fourier transform. It's FFT. It's very normal and basic for modern digital processing. This is the sound of MP3s. Is using FFT to bust sound into these particular little buckets and then reconstruct it. And all FFT transforms end up sounding kind of MP3-like. Now, whether you like the sound of MP3s is a whole other story, but that is a thing that tends to happen. I think I've gone one layer farther than I needed to. But then I would needed to fill in these particular gaps anywho, so we're actually good. That corner. Alrighty, how are we doing? These should line up in a clockwise sort of fashion, so if it's not, then something's wrong. I see I need to put that there. Let's just go through and see whether any of this makes sense. I need to put one of these there, which suggests that I've gone farther than I needed to. But that's okay, we'll work with it. I gotta put one here, suggesting that we can fill in this bit here. And then we got a square. And I gotta put one on this corner here. And that would be it, really. Voxengo Span is a Fourier analysis tool. Just saying. That said, I shouldn't scorn on Artemio. I just don't know who that is or whether it would matter terribly much. But I'm just sort of trying to make I'm making the point that it is not anything like an unusual concept to have Fourier analysis tools, because that's basically FFT, which also kind of means that's basically literally everything. I'm more interested in coming up with tools that are not FFT tools and are still tools. And to the extent that I'm able to, I will. I'm not always able to. For instance, the metering thing that I sometimes have shown people is limited by the fact that there's not that much I can do to make it work. And if I can't make it build, I can't use it. But apart from that minor drawback, it works great. But yeah, when I do metering tools, whether it's back in the day before I even programmed plugins and did mastering tools, or the stuff that I've been trying to do with this juice-oriented tool that Bacon Paul from the Surge Synthesizer thing tried to set me up with something that could work so that I could use it. It is typically, it's never actually FFT based design. Instead, it's other things. I am honestly quite in favor of Blue Sky as opposed to Twitter. Twitter is kind of a disaster. A lot of people have more or less abandoned it. I am essentially one of them. And I don't honestly know many people on Blue Sky, so I'm like kind of there, but then it's not like I'm getting any traction there or anything like that. But that's fine with me because it's like, oh, I get to see people talking. They don't necessarily know me or care, but there's nothing so wrong with that. I've spent my whole life that way. The world is not required to be paying attention to me, and often it does not. And what I'm doing is not conditional on that it's being paid attention to. I got stuff that I'm attempting to do, and it's not conditional on only if somebody's watching. Oh, give me that back. Also, it's going to be nighttime, but not before I place this final slab of stuff. Okay. Up and away. Not this kind of away. Yep, I hear you. Oh. I have a little trouble getting there, but I'll get there. Oh God, look at all those torches. Long as it ain't everywhere. I'll live with those torches on that hillside just because. Reminds me of this hillside that I've taken a train past somewhere in Philadelphia. Graffiti artists painted an entire hillside pink. That's a heck of a thing, really. Pretty soon it's going to be time for thawing out my dinner. That being that I keep the cheese for my tacos in the freezer and thaw it only as much as I need, which stops it from like having gone off when I want to use it. I just have to be patient. Alrighty, cool beans, another thing. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. I am always in favor of open source stuff and people being nice. Honestly, if we're talking about Elon and ways in which he has gone like to the bad, in some ways I'm more sympathetic than anybody. Because back in the day when I was quite young, I had to deal with getting on drugs and like losing myself, getting hung up on that. And it wasn't an easy thing. I understand some of that stuff better than most. Hey, not there. That said, like you said, not an excuse. And it's also always tricky because people have very different opinions on subjects. I had a really interesting semi-conversation, a brief semi... stop that. Yeah. I make sounds like vetches when I get frustrated in Minecraft. I had a weird semi-conversation with a guy who showed up and was about to scold me about all kinds of things, like I was degenerate and bad and I was being a liberal and helping people who were destroying the world and blah, 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 blah. And it's always interesting getting into something like that. In fact, sometimes I think that maybe they will be running away very quickly as soon as they start figuring out where I'm coming from. Because my analysis is more sympathetic to conservative viewpoints than many. I just don't think it is a sort of thing that you let just run the show. Wrong thing. Wrong thing. There we go with the wrong things again. But as far as interpreting conservatism as a sort of balance against the liberal impulse of supporting all of the people in the most community-oriented way, I am indeed making tacos for dinner. I've been shifting back and forth between like crunchy American-style tacos and soft tacos for a long time now. It's going to be crunchy American-style tacos tonight. How much aliasing are you generating using Tube 2 and tape stacked into Console MC in 96K? You could play really loud, high-frequency test tones and find out. If you can play a high supersonic sine wave into something and it starts making loud birdies that are well within the audible range, then you have your answer. Why do I only have 32? Why does this only go so high? I think I'm going to need to add another level. Just one. That'll do a top level, meaning that this is the last floor level I got to put in. And I'm getting quicker and better at doing that, so might just get to where we have a good functioning mop box. You jump up on top of it and off you go. Oh, also I think whoever is putting all those torches on there is doing a very inefficient way of helping me get better mob rates, because mobs will also spawn on there if it's nighttime and you're using the mob grinder. Speaking of which, I need some more cobble. Yep. We're going to use up almost all the cobble, I think. And we need exactly 64 of these for each layer. I'm almost certainly going to need to make more cobble, and we're going to lay all of these trapdoors, which we use them all up, so that's good. Is drum slams? It's useful if you like the sound of it. It's a specific sound. It's a specific sound that I have not ever quite duplicated. I haven't made anything exactly like it, because why would I make something exactly like something that already exists? I mean, when you ask, is this still useful? Understand that this is exactly why I take all of my plugins, all of them, and number them. So if I have a new version coming out, well, it has a number, and then the other one is still available. And that's because it can always have its uses. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Well, that was an impressive noise. What the hell was that? 1, 2, 3, and then a block. 1, 2, 3, and then there we go. 1, 2, 3, and then very good. And 1, 2, 3, and then boom. Alrighty, so the other way is going to be, I think, a 1, 2, and then a block. Not wrong. And I got one more, and then we continue. 1, 2, boop. Alrighty, outer layer. Yep. Tuesday and Thursday, all of my streaming days are taco days. Like anytime I'm here streaming all day long and doing whatever, and then turning to Minecraft and stuff. I'm not trying to kill a wither right now, but it is certainly a... God, there's no way I'm going to have enough cobble. Let's go and deal with that. You can try and kill a wither if you like. Now I absolutely will have enough cobble, but not for the roof, but I can do this other layer of floor. Ow. I'll tell you one thing, if you kill a wither and produce the nether star, then everybody can have them. That's a generous act. Much like how somebody went out and got elytras and now everybody can have them. So it's like, this is the end of scarcity Minecraft. If you would like to do a wither, that gives everybody the capacity to have nether stars and such. Arguably, that would be a good thing. And of course, if anybody got a single wither skull, then we can make a wither, and so on and so forth. That's just how this rolls. They're doing it. They're doing it. Bing, bing. Here we go. Oh, gonna need to go and sleep again. Or not. Time is but a fiction. That's a Zappa line, and it's not. He's not wrong. So, 1, 2, and boom. 2, and boom. 1, 2, and boom. Double check without eating things around. There we go. Still good. Okay, so what else? One and boom. Very good. Uh-oh. How you guys doing with that weather thing, I wonder? Also, let me get chat less obscured. There we go. TNT? Is that what you're killing the wither with? Well, might work. Oh, God, excuse me. I think that's covered all the bases for this, but I'm super gonna have to make more cobble as soon as this stuff works out. I'm having a tendency of wasting the cobble by placing it in the wrong place and dropping it down to the next level and then not picking it up. Although if it gets into the water, it'll end up going into the... or will it? Probably won't. Eat. Okay, I'm glad I didn't switch away from that. I would have splatted myself pretty good. Let there be cobbles. Like this. He was heading for the shade. I'm going to want more cobble. And I'm going to get more cobble. Yeah, this is Snowball, so you can go kind of wacky with stuff without too much trouble. I have no objection. I would just say, see to it that the wither is killed before you're done. I'm going to request that the completion of the withering thing is part of the idea. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, no, I believe you. Arrow Snowball didn't work on the Ender Dragon, though. So, be thinking of backup plans, but you're probably fine. Wanjo, one of the things that I like about all of that stuff is the fact that things are moving into the direction of FPGAs. I am quite a fan of the FPGA. That has amazing possibilities and is part of, like, my favorite hardware synth going forward, that being the Novation Summit, or indeed Novation Peak. That's a really good use of sort of hybridized, a little bit like, it's a little bit like analog, it's a little bit like digital. I can completely sympathize with anybody who was like, this is not enough like analog because it's too clean. But I feel it has the sonority and pungency of analog in this weirdly refined way. And there we go. We got there. and so I'm a big fan. Alrighty, I believe that is it for those. Now I have to continue the spiral. This is going to be good when it's done. We're getting close to done. I'm going to have it done before the day is out, and I'm pleased with that. It was already good. I just might be able to make it so good. Oh, did you not get the... You spawned another one and then it's gone. I would suggest go find it before it kills us all. But it'll come out when we're in our beds. Destroy everything. Okay, whoop, sound of another one. Just like the other one. Have I got any other spots that need to be covered by these pieces of carpet? How about over here? Is this one? Signs point to sure is. Okay, one from the corner and over. And I think that's the lot for that spot. This is a fun little build. Interesting thing about it is it's not in any way my invention, and yet I'm still kind of jamming on it, seeking to make it another thing, extending the idea so that it has floors upon floors upon floors. Okay, now what do we got? Gonna do carpet over here. Yeah, that was startling. It was as if I placed the wither sound with the carpet. Also, oh, very good. We don't have to worry about night times. We can make night times magically zip about. And then one right on this edge. Facing edge, facing edge, facing edge, facing edge. Alrighty, and I believe the next stage I must have grabbed extra carpets because we're not going to go down to 0 this way. this would be the layer that doesn't have any carpets on. So close to being done. One thing I like about the geometry of this is that the farther I go, each layer gets thinner and easier. And there we are, now corners. Check to make sure that's right, sure is. Nuke the village? What are you doing nuking the village? I mean, we've got villages, so it's not a desperately wrong thing, but what are you thinking? Don't nuke the village near home, at least. Go and find some other village and nuke that. We can pretend that zombies got it, and it was its own silly fault. Hey Manu, I am expanding your design for the mob grinder dropper thingy. And quite looking forward to developing out to the best of my ability. Decided that was some... Oh, uh-oh. I think you guys better go and get whatever wither it was you were fighting. Back into the breach. Lest ye leave us in harm's way. This is as many floors as I'm going to make, and then I'm going to put the top on and see how it goes. I got two, let's see. We'll go from here. I'm enjoying the process. I had to ask what the carpets were for, and somebody explained to me. And so I've made it exactly the same layout that you had for this entire thing. I'm going to complete the build, and we'll see what it does. Yeah, sure enough, which is a very relevant thing for this design, because spiders won't necessarily fall down. Even if they were to fall off of that, they can climb up so easily that it can be a problem. Yep, they sure would. So I am all in favor of that aspect of your design. Going forwards, and we're going to keep it. And we're going to see what this does once we put the top on it and all. As long as I don't fall into the hole like a fool. Yep. It's also interesting designing it in this way that is like not, you can't turn it on and off. You just kind of center yourself and hope the mobs try to move towards you or just wander around until they fall in. Oh, you know my methods. I've got something in particular in mind, and it might take a long time for it to show up. But I'm okay with that. We'll see. because it's the kind of thing where once somebody has it, we can duplicate it, then everybody will have it, but it's not really a good thing to just use. We already have chainmail chest plate, but we don't have chainmail helmet. When we have chainmail helmet, we can make the giantest domes the world has ever seen. And here we go. And I believe that, yep, we are ready. But it might be a while before they show up, and this is fine too. Not terribly concerned. Yep, exactly. See, that is what, oh God. Come on. That's why I made that particular thing be the material that produced the giantest of structures, is because that was the one that you couldn't easily get. You couldn't just randomly get it. You couldn't craft it. You had to get it off of mob drop, and that's doable, but it's a rare drop. So that's very much the idea behind that. It's very much about, this is not simply easy to get, but once you get it, everybody has it, as long as we share. And then pleased to be using it responsibly, because we've already seen a bunch of damage from like chainmail chest plate with air over it, randomly fired around. I had an enormous cylinder. I don't even remember who it was, but I had an enormous cylinder that I was beginning to do stuff with, and the next thing you know, these giant swaths right through it, because chainmail chest plate with nothing on it will make giant holes of empty air through everything. And the same would be true. The same would be true of the, I would suggest not being inside that. Same would be true of the sphere. And so we're going to try to avoid randomly making lots of arbitrary spheres of things. And we can't right at the moment, although we can make medium giant spheres of things. It's not like we don't have diamond helmets. Diamond helmets will do that too. It's just that the chainmail helmets are beyond the beyond, just unreasonably huge. That is a strength and a weakness. Among other things, we can probably like crash the server and not be able to play anymore if we got into randomly firing off a whole bunch of those at once. If you randomly fire off a whole bunch of any of these mega build blocks, everything's just going to crash. And whether or not it's actually building the thing is almost a moot point at that point. Can we stop? Please stop. That said, when you get to the point of, I don't think I'm going to have enough. When you get to the point of actually, not a good place to stand, I'd say. Not right at the moment. Thank you. Give me more blocks. There we go. I keep misplacing them. It's been a long day. Long, long day. Sometimes it's good to have put in a long, grueling day, if whatever. If there is worth to it. Somebody's not at a very high experience level, because I'm pretty sure experience level makes that time thing move faster. You may or may not wish to visit the XP grinder and attend to that. I haven't checked the XP grinder for whether it's empty, though. Oh, there you go. Yeah, anything time-related or arrow-related is going to be really weak for you for a while, and so will flying. Yeah, if you guys don't have any XP, then a lot of the snowball stuff will be weakened. Your arrows not as powerful. Your time not as powerful. Your mobs not as powerful. And that's at least a good thing, right? And yeah, your flying is not going to... So yeah, knock him off the thing, please. There you go. Using the machine, you can get up to 36 levels almost in the blink of an eye. It's not as good as the original one that got destroyed, but it's still pretty good. And it's not as good as the ultimate one, way the heck off somewhere. I forget, wasn't it Craftyman? Isn't that you, Craftyman, that did the ultimate grinder? Just the fiendish, overwhelming XP generator. I think it was No, not you. Somebody did. I don't think it was Manu, but it could have been. I run out of these cobbles so quickly anymore. But not for long. Yeah, I think it would have been Luca. I think I remember that as being Luca. Yeah. No, a bunch of it is on surface. If he shows up, have him show you it. It's in one of the streams. You're gonna need to come out of there before. Yeah, maybe come out of there before I seal this up. I'm not leaving that big of a space. Come on. Up out of this hole. Up, up. Up, up, up. Thank you. And stay out. We're sealing this sucker up so it can start working. There. And now it should actually start working. We can build a house on top of here. We can hang around having tea while the monsters spawn underneath. Carpets on the roof. We've got a few carpets. Crafty men with the torches. Let's see, I've got a certain amount of cobble here. One. I'm contemplating making some cool, interesting decoration. We could have a bridge to the ice skating arena if you would like. I wouldn't say no. Right now we're kind of up here waiting to see what spawns and wanders off, if any. I have a feeling that this is not necessarily the fastest of spawners, but we've added a couple of layers, and so that should help. And dive down here. If we do have any spawnage, we'll see them. Hello, hello, Mr. Monsters. Come out. There, now we've got nothing but mob drop materials in here. That's all we got. So our spawn rates either are not very amazing at the moment, or the things aren't wandering off the ledges. But it was fun to make. And if anything does spawn and wander off and fall, then we'll get its drops. So it's sort of a eventually something will happen kind of thing. Oh, well, there's something to spawn anyway. Yep. Now what I'm wondering is whether I can build a house on top of it. That might be fun. Somebody emerges from this. Oh! Nothing spawning on the rooftop in daytime. Also, we could use half slabs and things too. Make a dispenser. Well, one thing I have to do, and I'm going to go in here for the moment, because I'm going to be AFK just a tiny bit, it is time for me to throw another log in my fire, among other things, but also time for me to unthaw my taco making. And I can find you some dispensers. Let me find that first before Craftyman has a rapid fire creator. So we should have dispensers in here. If you found one, you can make as many as you like. Also, if you find them in places, it would be classy to like put one back where it was in case anybody remembers it was there and would like more. But there you go. So I'm going to step away from here, put a log on the fire, and start thawing out my taco dinner. And I'll be right back. I had to put a patch on the fingertip of the glove, the welder glove there, because I had worn through a solid thickness of heavy-duty leather just with my fingers, picking up pieces of wood and moving them around and stuff. That was so demanding that it wore through the leather with my fingers. That should be coming along nicely. Here are we doing as far as it being daytime? Oh, getting on the darker side. Oh, we have a doggy. Hello. Hi there, pupper. We have lots of name tags in case anybody wants to use one of those. And I've got my taco stuff thawing out, so there's a good start. Arf. Yeah, wiry, one way that might work, and I'm not sure how well it'll work, although I suppose dog is sitting on top of you, my friend. One way we might be able to make that spawner actually start doing something is if only one person is on at a time. Look at that giant box. Then to make some stairways up down from it so that you can go and hang out and do stuff on top of it. Also, somebody mentioned I did not do any setting to make the weather despawn, no. But I'm not actually looking for this to become 2B2T, even though it is potentially a wild, crazy, and violent server where there could be a lot of craziness in here. But I've not actually meant for that to be its purpose. However, if it did become like that, like it is open to people showing up. That is one fact that does remain, that it is possible to randomly come to this server and then start doing weird things. But on the other hand, people don't necessarily know what the mod is or how that works. I feel like a lot of people who are on here are interested in sort of being civilized and playing this game along that line of, let's see now, no scarcity Minecraft. Oh, 1 minute warning for ads. You sure did. 1 Alpha 6, you sure did. And I'm going to put up some supporting pillars, which hopefully will go right up to these edges. And then we'll make stairs around them. Looking good. Beautiful. Just in time. I'm maybe not going to do it that way again. Why version 1.12? Because this is the version we used to play on, including the fellow who was talking just then. Back in the day, I had a little crew going on, and we were interested in a fandom that is out there. And what have I done? Oh God. I have done no harm, but I just scared myself. And the time that I spent a lot of time playing Minecraft with this particular crew was a time when I was playing 1.12. Plus, there's also some other observations that 112 is before some of the changes that have been put in. We don't have as many like things to do where it's giving you stuff to play the game with. Instead, it's a little more like the old school where you're just kind of making your own fun, you're figuring out things to do, and you kind of have to use the creativity of thinking of things rather than being like, and now we are going to make the turtle shell thingy of whatever using this following complicated procedure of stuff that Microsoft invented. This is as close to the olden days as you can get and still have many, many colors of interesting blocks, because that's also kind of fun, is making stuff that looks interesting. So we'll have that going on. Oh, and, well, you're quite welcome. Any new console releases for this year? I guess you're just going to have to wait and see. You will have to wait until 2014. That much is clear. I'm not doing anything before 2014. Jerk. Let's not wait. It's -9 years. You know, I have a whole sequence of versions of console that I would like to do, and it all depends upon just which ones I want to do first and what I've got in mind. And we shall see. We shall see what happens. You'll have to wait and see. Ah, observers? Good, good, good. I wouldn't want to deprive anybody of the tools that they wanted. We've only got so many tools in this older version, but that's part of the charm. Like, there's a guy that I sometimes watch, Xander Hall, and he's played a bunch of Minecraft online for people, streaming it and letting people watch. And he's doing this wildly modded but incredibly old version, which is quite interesting to see. You see him carrying on with this stuff, and it's like, wow, that's an old version. I do have feather falling too, so it's possible that even if I do this wrong and derp it, I'll still survive. But I'm not absolutely certain of that, so. I'm not giving any hints. Watch the scroll back of the... oh, and my oven is warmed up. I mean, bearing in mind that I was also kind of let down by what happened with Console MC, and that I put it out and I discovered that there was something that I had which didn't actually work as well as I thought, and I had to go and randomly fix it, and then I refixed it, and then I fixed it again. And I kind of took some of the charm out of it. So that was a bit of a drag, that I was making this console version, and it was like the Back in Black, you know, and Talking Heads greatest hits ones, but it was lacking in that I was doing it and then it didn't really go as well as I'd hoped. That was a bit of a drag. Did not mean to just randomly yeet myself in a direction with great speed, and yet there it was. And then I put out okay cathedral, and people were observing that it sounded really clangy and ringy and stuff, and I didn't really know what to say about that. So it's been, this is how ends of years work for me, honestly. Oh, have we got, is anything spawned? I would think if it had spawned, we'd see them falling down and going splat. So maybe not. But that's why I'm building these pillars and some stairs. You know, if we do this, then eventually it'll work. And I can make a nice stairway up to the top of the place, and then we can start building a house. If people don't screw me up in the process, we'll see. That's one thing about the crew that I used to play with, is we had kind of a lot of coyote energy in there. It's okay in its way, but it could also be real troublesome. And there were times when that didn't work so well for me. Oh, it's getting dark. I wonder how close I am to the top. Or indeed to the thing. Yep. I mentioned 2B, 2T, and there was quite an element of some of that mindset, and not always in a way where there was the counterbalance of, you know, let's be friends and derp around and have fun. When part of your energy is let's mess things up real hard, that doesn't always, it can get in the way, I'll just say. Let's make just a little bit more of a landing, and then we'll figure out how to expand it out a little bit. I think that's 2 sides, meaning that I can maybe extend it out. Oh, you know what would be cool is extending it out using inverted stairs. Which I can make using some of these. And then just do a lot of stair making. And there's more than a full stack of stair. Still got a stack of cobble. And can we stretch this out in a way that looks visually appealing? Probably not unless I can do it like this. I can dig down to do that final one. Yeah, so wouldn't it be neat if we made like a dragon spine stairwell? Just looks kind of like that. It might require a lot of scaffolding. It might require a lot of scaffolding to do this, but all the same, I feel like that could be pretty cool. And to get on it, bada boom. Oh, I should have used my Silk Touch for that. Silk Touch didn't help with that. Well, I need a grass block then. But otherwise it'll be fine. There we are. I can get a grass block. Oh wow, look, there's a hole down here. Something living down here. And I can double my grass block using some zombies and things. And then we can put those grass blocks back and put them back into path. That's 2. That's a waste. There's 4. Don't think I really need 16. So we'll leave it at 16. And then there we are with and then a shovel can make this back into path. Thank you. Exactly what I had in mind. Then so like this all the way up. Let's see if we can do that. Let's see if we can do that from the stairs. Wouldn't that be cool? Can you do it at this angle? No, you cannot. So I can't do it from this stair either because it is Oh, have you found a horse that's amazing? Yeah, so Dragon Spine Stairwell is what we're calling this. Might be worth smoothing this part off. Or indeed, let's see what it looks like. If we've really cleared that up. Yeah, I'm liking the style of that stairwell. I want that stairwell to go like that, up there, and then over there. And that's going to be a lot of work to make it go. Yeah. Anarchy MC servers as social experiments. Absolutely. The thing that I've observed is that people want teamwork so much that if you're like doing something, people will come and start trying to help you do it, even if the derping around doing the thing is what you're intending to spend your time doing. If that makes any sense. It's like, you go like, no, I'm just digging blocks. And all of a sudden the project is over. And you're like, but. And yet that is human nature. The fact that people will turn to trying to help as hardcore as that is very much human nature. So, would it still look good if we had stairs for every step? Well, that's the spine. Would it still look good if we had stairs here? into here. What's that look like from the side? That's pretty cool. Oh, Craftyman. That's a pretty cool shape. Craftyman, this hillside is you. This is why I get to joke about that, is look at this. That's hilarious. That's unironically hilarious. To the point where one could jest and be like, well, you have to love Torches if he's around, because look at what has been done. Now let me find some more of these stairs off here so that I can explore other ways this can look, or at least temporary ways this can look. That's not what I meant to do. That can go right back. I think I'm liking this. It looks more like a vertebrae rather than a weird thing. I'm willing to do that. I've got, oh no, don't drown. Too late. I know I have a shovel right here. I don't care. This is a thing that can be done. Like that. We'd better have a little grass blink in all of these spots. Then there, just a little peak of grass, and there you go. As requested. Fair. Yeah, there you go. And let's make the oops. Let's make the oops. Let's make the cobble go straight down into here. Like this. And then put that grass block that I just mistakenly broke. Why is it not going? It's not going because I can't get under the, but I did. Great, OCD satisfied. And the next challenge is going to be continuing this motif all the way up it. Because this does give us a nice little 3-wide stair, which is good for climbing up and going down. It's not as good as direct stair, but on the other hand, it's very decorous. And I'm really digging how it looks from this angle. It's really got a vibe to it. But in order to do that, we got to pillar up. Or I suppose fly up and then try to place blocks on the way down. Place. That's never going to happen. Mind the gaps, hit the cobblestone. So that's going to be a whole other thing. That's going to be a dirt stacking adventure. So I suppose that, or maybe there's something else that's good. That is one amazing horse. Look at that go. It's already gone. I have the racetrack for him, you know. Well, I can actually use dirt for this. Wow. Truly amazing. Are there bone blocks? I am not sure. I'm not sure if we've got bone blocks. Oh, look at this guy that's open. I do not think we have... We got quartz. And we could make quartz stairs if it comes to that. Material is not and will never be a problem. It's just a question of what appeals. So is it going to be that big of a deal that we want this to be, for instance, a quartz stair of exactly this type? It's doable, but I got a lot of quartz things around, and I kind of like the fact that this is a cobble thing and we can make it out of cobble things. Nobody needs this much white carpet. Oh, maybe we need this much white carpet. Let us put it in the chest over here. By the way, 1 minute warning on ads for people who are experiencing ads. Because we could use this for the roof. We can use this for stuff. Bye, Mono. See you later. We'll set it at the bottom so that we can tell it apart from actual mob drops. Oh, hey, we have like a neat bottom section of carpet. Now, alrighty, I should be here for another, what, 40 minutes or so? Thereabouts. Here until 5. Carefully. You figuring you can get up to the top and then back down? We're gonna watch, hoping that things will be okay. No! Horsey go bye. Oh, how lucky you landed in the water. That is some good luck right there. That is a lucky break. I think maybe I've got dirt block. Let's find out. Maybe I don't need to duplicate up dirt block because I've got it. Let's find out. I am also trying to remember if I've got any other wonderful block that breaks really, really fast. Well, sand and a torch. Not gonna lie, sand and a torch would work. We can do a sand and a torch thing. I do not know whether breeding the super amazing horses will produce super amazing horses or simply normal horses again. I also don't know what that spot is. That's a very round looking spot. For heaven's sake, don't see that every day. I found somebody's awesome house. This is a house in space. It's a space house. Cool. That is what I call cool. Does it drop you down into that water? That would be amazing design. I'm liking just the view from here. Got a great view. Let's find out. I'm wearing the flying thing, so we're not going to die if I miscalculate, but I feel like maybe this drops you into the water, and that would be such lovely design. Signs point to no. You land into this hole. This hole needs to be a water bucket in there. That way, if you are absolutely perfect in your aim, you land in the water bucket. And if you're not, then life becomes hard. Oh, somebody's building the super XP grinder. I recognize that. I've seen that before. It's always a challenge making these and not having them spit into the system. I have been known to play a number of different games besides Minecraft. And we have apparently got a new barn being raised. Barn raising time. Also sleeping in bedtime. I have been known to both play and have a lot of fun watching people play Kerbal Space Program. If you've never seen the comedians that do the online thing, LoadingReadyRun, they do a thing called Watch and Play, which is a couple of those guys. One of them's really good at playing bad games and like making them kind of work. And that's Alex. And then Graham runs LoadingReadyRun with his wife, Kathleen. And he's also part of Watch and Play. And he is the one that is inflicting the games on Alex, who is so good at playing badly designed games. And they've also been known to play stuff like Goat Simulator and such like together. And it is quite fun watching these guys play Kerbal. They are very amusing playing Kerbal. And it's not because they're good, because they're kind of not. They've never played Kerbal before, the one that I saw. But all the same, they will just attempt wacky things. And the end result can be kind of glorious. I have made a mistake. That said, I love how fast you can go down with these. I can't scaffold with them very well because if I place one to the side, all that's going to happen is it will fall down. So sand, maybe not the best choice. No matter, things don't have to be the best and most efficient way of doing. We'll just jump around and do the best we can. Let's do some more. Which of these can I reach? Very good. And as it becomes more and more cumbersome, it becomes time to step down, drop off, place the stack, and break the stack with a torch underneath it, thereby reclaiming everything much quicker. But this is not that time. And neither is this, and this is why I didn't want to use sand. I can't pillar to the side very effectively that way. No matter. We'll just rush down. Sand is also not making the grass die as fast. I do have a snowball that allows me to place from afar, but it's not going to be a lot of help placing stairs like this because this is more of an artistic... Oh, did you? Is it a normal speed? Looks like it's a normal speed. Or maybe somewhat normal speed? Or maybe not even slightly a normal speed. Okay. Is that the one you bred? Because that's impressive discovery. Break this torch. Hopefully we're not going to end up having bad feeling over the torches, because there is a degree to which lots of torches everywhere can be like a frustrating quality. Every time I've ever played Minecraft, I've always had an experience of like, and then let's not have ugly torches everywhere. But I guess beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and maybe, you know, torches are beautiful after all, and should cover every block. I'm gonna suggest that maybe torches covering every block is farther than we need to go with regard to the love of torches. But we'll see, I guess. We'll see how the love reflects. Also, I'm going to be wanting to snag these out at some point. And this might be as good a time as any. Because they're going to get... Well, no, this is not as good a time as any. This is maybe not even a good time, so let's not do it right now. Focus, one thing at a time. And that one thing is making lots of tiny chickens. There we go. Re-high 1 alpha 6. Yep, I've placed some of the spine, although I have not smoothed out the bottom edge. But we're doing it. This is not bad. I'm doing okay for now. Yeah, there are many snowballs that can place stuff from afar, but even if I could control the direction of where the stairs go, this would be too hard. Well, I've got slightly more stairs than I had before. So there's that, I guess. Also, I wonder if any of these... Pleased to be dropping more stuff. I'm hoping that there will be monsters dropping in here. And by that I don't mean the poor horse falling on its butt all the time. I'm also trying to not break unnecessary bits of grass. So, torches over grass, I think. Oh, the poor thing. As long as you got it worked out fairly well. You might lose that horse if things get too carried away. But that's pretty much your affair. Now let's see, can we reach here? Yeah. Oh yeah. Soon this path will be so broad that it will be safe for the horses. Gonna live dangerously and extend this physically improbable thing even farther. Then bring it back down again. Oh. What an enthusiastic horse. Look at you go. Hi. You a friendly, enthusiastic, crazy horse? Crafty man's horse. You are very quick. Would you like to play on the racetrack? No, one of them I'm on. I decided I wanted to take the course on the racetrack, see how it did. Can just about handle running on the racetrack without falling over. Back we come. So over here, I'm off. Here he is. Safe and sound. Oh, you mean the 12? Bear in mind also that, oh, that was an interesting looking, very slow moving snowball. I guess that wasn't a snowball, that was a chicken. Yeah, bearing in mind that the intention of this particular game is not particularly to either make a 2B2T hacker paradise where people can be terrible to each other, or to be completely immune from anybody ever trying to do that. It's like, no, we're just going to kind of have fun. We're just going to do the best we can with what we've got and see what happens. And whether we can extend out here a little bit and make a corner to that. I'm going to guess I probably can. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's what we need. Oh, that did wear out the grass. But on the right side, we got a beautiful corner. And we are continuing. That panel, that part is already done. It's getting kind of close to dinner time, but maybe I'll stick around long enough to complete this because this is looking cool. Oh, I should also eat food. Not in real life as much as in Minecraft. Or I suppose in both. But one thing at a time. Firstly, First in Minecraft, then in real life. How we doing? Looking good. Now I think it is becoming time to use the torch technique, because this is too tall of a thing for it to be convenient any other way. I'm surprised it can even... There we go. Got there. What, the horse? Have you got a pull the lever? Kronk. Gotta love the classic Disney Warner Brothers crossover, which it is absolutely not really a Disney Warner Brothers crossover, but man, does Emperor's New Groove act like a Disney Warner Brother crossover, and it is the best thing to exist. So good. Meanwhile, placing lots of stairs is very good. Just a moment. We're going to do my speedy get the heck down thing and see if we can do this more effectively this time. Good. Yep, be there in a moment. Please repeat them coordinates and I'll be right there. I missed it. Here? Oh, is this what you meant? Okay, any seizure warning for anybody who's worried about that. Well, alrighty. Look at that go. How far did you get? I've already got 41 XP. I'm fine. What, just to see briefly? Okay. Do your worst. $354, $55. Good enough. 40 to 62 in like a couple of seconds. Yep, that is quite a thing. I am wondering a little bit if I should finish this. I feel like I want to. I want to finish this before... Oh, somebody has fired off a snowball in the wrong time. I want to finish this before heading off to have tacos, which are basically ready anytime I want them. So if I scooch over here... and kind of work on seeing where I can take this. Yeah, I think it's Spigot. It is a reasonably recent version of the host, but it's running a 112. And that's going to be all I can do for that spot, so I got to move over a tiny bit. In some ways, this is indeed quicker. Although I could probably be even quicker still. We shall see. I'm running a little bit short on stairs, so I'm going to have to start duplicating them again. And I think, well, no. No. As long as I'm applying the stairs from underneath, this is enough of an underneath, so is this. Well, shucks, didn't mean to do that. That's going to be more hard to make go away. How about you fall down and you let me go to the side a little longer, just until I can reach these last ones. A little bit longer. I cannot stack sand here, although I could have stacked sand on that. And now I am all out of dirt, but not cobble, haha. Or sand. So we'll make a little mechanically unsound. Yikes, there's a noise. Please do not come close. Oh, thank you. Could have done it with cobble. But as we are not actually doing it with cobble, there's the last dirt. There's that. And I think I'm going to have to bust out the cobble anyway, but there's nothing so wrong with that, because I want to get around this edge. The crazy scaffolding. And there, and boom! How's them apples? Yeah, can't reach. Gotcha. Oh, wrong direction to jump. I probably would have been fine. Speaking of which, I can jump if I have the flying snowball on. gather up all these little drops. And gather up one of this, if I can. Well, that's interesting. It appears to be a tower of sand held up by a torch. That's something you don't see every day. That is a glitch and no mistake. So we got the outside edge and we got that there. We got that completed. There's just a little area. Oh, look, the baby chicks are following the mom. That's adorable. Yeah, if you use the saddle snowball, you will create horses that are amazing, but they do start out as babies. You can feed them to have them grow up faster. And you know what? Not all of this needs to be filled in. This is not going to be as time-consuming as I thought it might be. Nor do I necessarily need to spawn more stairs. Oh. A little farther up than I needed to go. Let's bust that dirt out and finish the job. Dun dun. Oh, there's so little left to do. I'm so close to done. And one more. Right there. Look at my stairs. My stairs are amazing. They look like a spine, except for their cobblestone. One torch. And I'm going to call that done with this project. We've got 3 wide going all the way up to here. And then all the way up to here, up to the edge. And that was all we needed. Stairs are done. Stairs are done. Before I go, yes, absolutely. I'm just reclaiming this grass. He's one heck of a horse cursing me out. Right. Hello there, amazing. See, I know where the straight lines are. Oh, I went straight through a house. That's how fast we're going. Bing. Can we jump? You're good. You don't jump so high that you hurt yourself. Oh, sorry about that. We landed a little rough. Oh. Okay, we're needing some horse assistance. We fell in a hole. And we can't jump out. Although I am carrying sand, so can I... Well, that's not a good idea. Horse is a little anxious, and who can blame him? Yep, I'm looking for something of that nature. Are you going to rescue horse? The question is, can we get horse out? Making horse healthy is all well and good. I approve of that, but don't know if we can jump high enough. Although I'll tell you what we can do is... Oh, hard luck. That was a darn good try. Yep, sure is. And that's actually very clever, trying to do it by the mossy cobble. Whoever that is, here is your mossy cobble back. Yeah, sad for the horse. I'm sorry I fell in the hole. I managed to survive. The horse survived me falling into the hole with him. But, oh, yeah. On that somewhat somber note, I'm getting my butt out of hole of doom. We've got our audio glitching out a little bit, but that seems fine enough because this covers the end of our Minecraft week. I don't see any new drops or anything new dropping, but when there's one person on the server, if we start building stuff up there, I think it's very likely that it's already high enough off the ground that stuff will start spawning in there and then wandering around and falling through the hole. So it's just a matter of like making a cool house up top and spending time up there. For now, oh, hello, we got something else going on here. I guess we're going to end up changing this into just whatever else, because I don't even know what that could be. It's cobble, but I don't see a door. Oh, it was the horse box. Okay. At any rate, I am heading in here. And gonna call it a day. Might log in at some other time and see whether that thing grinds the way we hope that it might. But we're going to call that end of stream for now. And it's been fun. It's a little late for my dinner. It's like 5:17, so I don't always extend as long as this. But I wanted to get that stair done, and then when it was like, look at the horse is amazing. How can I resist? So I'll talk to you folks later. I'll see some of you on Christmas morning with presents. But that's a whole other story. And bye-bye.